Mic. Am I live? Am I live? Check, check, check. You know, live na daw tayo. Ayo. Let's see, Baba G. Masaya ito. May bago tayo adventure. Okay, okay. Oops. Yan. Diyan ka sa side. Okay. Okay. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Live na raw tayo mga George. Can you hear me na ba? Can you see me, George? Oh, oh, oh. Check tayo. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Test mic. Ayan. Ayan, dinig na nga. Kaso, wala pa tayong audio. Wala tayong audio. Gawa tayo ng audio. Nakakabusit na yung ating ano. Nakakainis ang tag dito pagka nag-play ka ng audio on the background, ano siya, panay tayo na copyright. So, alisin natin yan mga boss. Alisin natin ang copyright. Yan, spread the ano muna tayo. Okay, 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 okay. Mag-new project tayo. So, ito ang aking bagong tinetesting, ang Filmora. Pero bago yan, mag-ano muna tayo. Set up muna tayo ng ano, pang live natin, ano, para mas malufit. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning sa ating lahat. Welcome sa ating panibagong adventure. Okay. So, meron tayong gagawin ano, YT live daily live. Karoon tayo ng daily live. Ano to, para yun, shoutout muna kay Boss Sketzo. Loud and clear kay Boss Sketzo, how are you? Yan. So magsi-setup muna tayo Boss sa Sketzo ng ating ano. Setup muna tayo ng ating base display. Okay? So para dire-diretso tayo. So una, lalagyan natin to ng ano. Lagyan natin ng liitan lang natin si logo. So puro logo na lang tayo. Logo all the way. We love logos. How are you doing, Boss Sketzo? Ano ginagawa natin dyan? Kumusta ba dyan? Maulan ba dyan? Maaraw? Ayan o. Okay, so yan. Meron na tayong base display. Maglalagay lang tayo ng okay, ito yung background pala natin. And then ito yung logo. Okay, kaya itong logo na to. Marami kasi tayong logo rito ginawa ng mga kaibigan natin. First, setup muna tayo. Display, kailangan natin Windows Capture, I think. I will try Windows Capture. Okay. Pwede ba ito? Hindi yan, hindi yan. Ang ating ka-capture ay ito, si ONT. Ilalabas ko lang. Testing. Yan, gumana. Ayos. So si ONT ang ating ano. So para kahit saan ko dalhin si ONT, no? Yun, no? 'Di ba? So dito ko na lang siya ilalagay. Kahit saan ko siya ilagay, masisilip pa rin siya, no? So, okay. So, pwesto ko muna si ONT. Setup lang natin siya. Setup natin ng maganda-ganda. So, ito, lalagay lang natin muna ito rito para meron tayong ano. Kahit na hindi tayo, kumbaga kahit na hindi nakatutok kay market, no. Alam mo yun, maganda kasing gawin is ano, you can freely do your things, no, habang ikaw ay nag-edit, no, di ba? Panalo yun, no. So yan, kita naman si ano, di ba, yung chart, kita naman. And then gagawa ulit tayo ng isa pang Windows capture, another Windows capture, o kaya display na lang. Display. Okay, sige, pwede display. Ito to pinaka ano natin, main display. Oops. Identify. So, asan ba yung ating ano, main display? Teka, hanapin ko lang. Ayan. So, ito yung pinaka maging main display natin. Siyempre, lalagyan natin sa ilalim yan. Oops, nasobrahan. Yan. Okay. Tapos, okay, so ito yung ating main display. Okay, so yan, para makikita natin yung mga activities, no? Pinaggagawa ni Kuya Dits. Mag-edit kasi tayo ng mga boss. Mag-edit tayo. We're going to edit. Edit. Yun. So, yan, ganyan mag-setup. Ganyan kadugo maging ano mga bossing. Maging influencer. Okay, so sa mga influencer dyan, no? Shout out. So wala tayong audio, ang pangit, no? So gawa tayo ng audio. Gusto ko kasi try itong ano, Canva. Actually may inavail din ako na Filmora pala, sorry. So I think pwede rin sa Canva gumawa. Pwede kaya rito? Video? Wala ba audio rito? Social media. Business. Okay. Bago lang ako kasi rito sa Canva, saka sa ano eh. Sa Filmora. So let's see sa Filmora. Teka ha, silipin ko lang muna ang ating mga kaibigan. Itong Facebook, malakas makaano to eh. Malakas makahatak ano. Ayan. So wala pang nakakakita. Wala pang nakakita, kakapost lang natin. Antayin lang natin makita nilang mga tropa natin. Ipaskill din natin to sa ating ano. So meron nga pala tayong ano rito, community chat group. So dito yan. Sa loob ng community chat group. Nandito lahat ng student. You know. Okay. Oh, ang pangit. Ang pangit ng link. Ba't ganon? So ito, testingin natin. Gawin natin Bitly. Yan. Minsan kasi pagka naka-direct, no, nakita nila YouTube o kaya TikTok, suyang-siya sila. Yan. Papalitan natin baka sakali. Akala nila ano lang to eh, vlog lang or something. No? Gawin natin Bitly. Para medyo ano, may thrill. Yon. Ayos. Okay, so yan. Chat lang tayo dyan mga bossing. Okay, so ngayon kailangan natin ano, ng backgrounds. Kailangan natin ng tunog tao. Ayun, naibalik na yung pera ko. Ayos. 805 lang ba yun? Aba. Yan mo na nga. Nadaya pa tayo ni Lazada. 805 lang ba bili ko rito? Nirefund ako ni ano eh, ni Lazada. Nirefund ako kasi di gumagana yung item na nabili ko sa kanya. Anyways. Okay, buti at least nagre-refund sila, no? Stig. Okay, so ngayon gagawa ako ng tayo ng tunog tao. Ayaw ko na kasi gumamit ng music from YouTube. Panay ako nakaka-copyright. So ngayon gagawa tayo. Try natin mag-create by using this. Meron ba itong mga effect? Meron, no? Tignan ko nga. Check, low audio, test, 1, 2, 3. So kailangan ko muna mag-record, no? Mag-record tayo. Record. So paano ba mag-record? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Ano kaya pwede kong gamitin recorder, no? Aha, isip tayo. Isip. Meron ba itong pang record? Audio record? Capture. Oops. Audio record. So, kailangan natin Audacity. Download pa kaya ako ng Audacity? Nag-iisip ako eh. So, pwede rin kasing ito, sandali lang. May naisip ako. Audio recorder. Voice recorder. Ano bang tawag doon? Recorder lang yata. Ayan, recorder nga lang. Problema. Check 1, 2, 3. So mag-create tayo ng music, no? Ayan, sisimulan natin sa ganun. Okay, teka lang. Alam po tong ano meron eh. Vegas. Si Canva ba? May ganun. May kapangyarihan bang ganun si Canva? Dapat, ano na to eh, default na sa kanila to eh, no? Drop and drop, audio here, click import, sound effect, puro effect na to eh. So wala silang ganun, no? May hina rin itong mga apps na to eh. Dito ga. Insert. I think mayroon to eh. Audio bus, audio track. Insert audio track. Arm for record. Ayan no. Ano ko pwede ito mag-record eh. Check. Di ba? Check 1, 2, 3. Ang problema paano ito i-record? Record ito. Check 1, 2, 3. Start preview. Check 1, 2, 3. 10 years later. wala silang ganun. Audio track. May nakita ko isang software na ganun eh. Nakakapag-record sila ng ano. Ang audio. How about this? Testing. Wala rin lalo ito, no? Lalong wala ito. Walay. Okay. Let's go back to the basics of life. Check. Wala ba to? Insert audio track. Puro insert lang eh, no? Sige. Mag-start tayo rito sa galawang basic tayo ng mga lods. Yan. Watch and learn. Ika nga. Okay, sige. Sige, simula tayo ha. Deads lang. Okay, ito. Ulit. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yan. So, yan yung basic natin. May pagkalansing. Tignan natin kung pwede ko i-download ito. Hindi ko siya ma-download. Oh, my kulay. So, kailangan ko pala pwede download to. Alam ko pwede download to. So, nag-record ako gamit yung ano ko, no? Wala. Okay sana, no? May pa-echo pa. Check 1, 2, 3. May echo sana, no? Memo. Alam ko na. Ito. May naisip ako. Yan. So, parang napahaba yata yun, ha? Testing. Yan, sige. Ito, mada-download na. Isa kasi kanina, hindi ko may download, no? Wala siyang option to download. So, ito, let's see. Ayan. Okay. Ito na. So, lalagay natin dito. Ayun, no? Stig to, George. Stig. Yun yung kailangan ko eh. Teka. Okay, so ito lang daw, no? Teka, kailangan yung Umangin. Walang pop-up ano. Teka. Yun. Mas malinis tong huli. Ito kunin natin. Yan. Mas magre-repeat lang yan mga bra. Okay? Magre-repeat lang yan eh. Okay, okay. Yan. So, kailangan to ano. Ano ba yun? Uy. Level. Yan. Naku, sabit pa. Dapat pala dito mag-start. So, okay lang yan. Didelete lang naman yan. Tapos ganito. So, yan ha. Nakikita ninyo kung paano nagke-create yung mga ano ha. Yan. So, meron na tayong kalansing. Pakinggan nga natin para may guide tayo. Naku, pangit. Pangit ng transition. Kailangan continuous siya eh. Siguro dahil nauna. Medyo bawas na konti. Testing. Hindi pwedeng ganyan eh. Ayan, testing. Ito pangit to. So, ito okay na to. Ayan. Dito. Diba? Sige, sige. Guide natin to. Tapos, record tayo ulit ng panibago. Okay. O, yan. Meron na ulit tayo mga boss. Okay. Sige. May pag-boom-boom na. May bass nang nagaganap. Let's hear some bass. Okay, so drop the bass. Ano tawag dyan? Tingnan natin. Mada-drop natin yung bass. So, pwede itong delete eh, mga boss. Yan, dinidelete lang yan. Oh. Discarte lang, di ba? Para hindi... Oh, yan. Let me see. Saan nag-start? Parang nalito ako bigla dun ah. So parang dito siya nag-start eh. Tignan ko nga. Parang nauuna lang ano. Masabihan tayong ano nito. Musikero ka pa naman. Wala ka sa timing. So ano may effect eh. Teka nga. Baka mas maganda rito no. Dito natin dalhin. Teka nga. Pwede kaya yun? Testing lang. So export ko to. Try ko export. Off ko muna to isa. Ayan. Ito muna. Try natin export to. Render as. Tapos MP3. Natanggap kaya niya MP3. Clapper. Clapper tawag dyan. So hindi na sa TikTok lalagay. Gawa tayo ng bagong folder. Lagay natin dito audio. Ito may audio naman tayo. Background. BG1. Yan. BG1. Oh, walang templates. Oh no. Teka. Haktog. Oh no, mali. May tuldok kasi. Oh no. Naka-filter on. Yan. So, kailangan lang natin is MP3. Yan. Ayan. Okay. Render tayo. Open for, ano ka lang? Ano kayang inano nito? Hanggang dito dapat, no? Yan. Hindi mo ay malilin lang, George. Okay, sabi natin dito, BG1 clapper. Bumabaga lang ating ano. Sige, pwede na yan. BG1 clapper. Okay, so BG1 clapper, sabi natin ito. Yan. Testing ko kung lalagay ko siya rito kung uubra ha. Uy, ubra. Problema ko dito kay ano bang silbi nito? Nga pala dito mga to. Parang ito yata walang copyright. May copyright ba to? Copyright ba to mga boss? Check 1, 2, 3. Oh. Wala tang copyright to, no? Huwag na tayong gumawa ng sarili, no? Ubus oras. Parang pag-move tayo sa ano natin. Tama. Naisip ko na to actually. Teka, kukuha tayo. Hindi ko pwedeng galawin to. Hindi pa tayo nakasubscribe. So, magsusubscribe din kasi ako rito. Oh, may mga ano. Okay. So, gawa tayo. Dito. Okay. Ito. Huh? Did I hear something? Dito. Okay, so malakas yung ating monitor. Hindi pa mag-overlap dito? Pwede pala. Hindi pwede. Ba't ganun? Add audio track. Yan. Oops, sorry. So, ayun natin na maduming no? Kailangan add audio track. Sabi ko. Okay, so dito ko sa ilalim. Pabaliktad siya. Sige. Okay, so, try natin. Ilagay natin lahat to. No? Ay, nagpo-post. So, ilagay na muna natin lahat. Para ano? So, pwedeng pang mix to, no? Pwede nga ba? Testing. Yan. Testing. Yan. Ilagyan muna natin. Para ano? Pang ano kasi to mga boss? Saan yan ko edits? Bakit ganyan nilalabo-labo mo? Tawag dyan is pang anti so iba alam to. Pang anti yun. Pumasok ba? Pumasok mga boss. Yan. Testing natin. copyright yan mga boss. Yan ang mga sa mga technique na malulupit. Okay. Ito meron pa tayong ganito. Diba astig yan. Testing. Oh shit ka. Delete ka natin yun. Parang virus yun. Ayun o. Yun o. Okay. So I think okay na to. Ayan. Oops. Okay, sumobra. Hanggang 3 minutes lang tayo. Sobra na yan. 3 minutes is fine. Cut tayo dito. Cats. Copycats. Pwede ba i-cut to? Mali yata. Kailangan nakasilip dito. Yun, putol. Ayos. So, save tayo ngayon ng background music. Pwede natin export kasi to, no? Export natin siya as kailangan ano? Wala bang MP3 dito? MP4? AVI? 3GP? What is 3GP? Puro ito. Bulags. Sorry, Mambay. Background music. Gusto ko lagi siya nakalagay sa dito na lang. Yan. Select folder. Select folder. Yan. Background music. Export. Yan o. Ayos. So may add sila. Lupit to. Na naman tala, George. O yan na. Silip-silip tayo sa market. So mag-isip muna tayo ng mga play. Yan. O si RLC daw ang ano ngayon. Ang matunog. Sa uptrend ba siya? Let me see. May uptrend pa ba ngayon? Puro buhusan ang nangyari. O puro resistance. Resistance pa lang ngayon mga boss. So, silip tayo. Ganyan mga resistance. Silip tayo lang niyan. Either breakout or ano. Teka lang ha. Tignan natin kung makaka-copyright tayo. So testing lang naman. Pag hindi, di siya nang gagamitin natin. Habang ano, pasamantala lang naman yan. And simental so kailangan ilagay ko siya sa ano. Hindi ko siya naririnig. Audio capture, media player, media source I think. Sige, so pipili tayo ng PVLC background music. Ano pangalan niya? Siselect ko siya rito, background music. Tapos loop. Okay. Close natin. And then unhide all. Mahina siya. Check 1, 2, 3. Play. Paano siya magpe-play? Okay. Profile file loop. Okay. Testing. Malakas yata. Sorry naman. Sorry naman. So, kailangan dito naka-on yung monitor. Testing. Check. 1, 2, 3. So ito, pakinggan natin ha. Yun, oh. Yan. So ito, pagka ganito, kung may konting tunog lang, malakas pa rin, ano? Malakas pa rin. Pagka ganito, testing. Yun, kailangan di siya ganun ka-significant sa audio graphics. Yan, negative 43. Negative 43, I think okay na, no? So setup na to. Negative 43 yan. Decibels. Audio graphics. Negative 43. Negative 43, I think okay na. Setup. Negative 50. Testingin natin. Negative 50. Ito, negative 50. Negative 50. Let's see. Malakas pa rin, ano? Malakas pa rin. Parang okay na, negative 50. May ano lang, tawang... Ayan, negative 50 yan. Negative 50 yan. Mukhang shoot na sa negative 50 tayo, mga boss. Check. 1, 2, 3. Okay na to. Pasok na sa negative 50 and then yan. So mahina lang yung kanyang audio. Para ano kasi, hindi iwas ano na tayo. Iwas yun na nga. Okay, ito. Iwas copyright, mga boss. Yan. Okay. So ngayon, mga bossing, gagawin natin ay mag-check muna tayo ng mga possible na maging play. Sabi nga natin si RLC, siya yung nauna sa balota. Maaring i-short siya, pero ito kahapon tin-raid namin to eh. So December 14 kahapon, itong week na ito, nalaro natin yan, mga boss. Nalaro natin yan, pero hindi man nagtagal gaano. So nung mga nagpump dito, I think, no, hapon ba yun? Anong isang araw pala, sorry, December 30 nalaro ito. Yan yung may kahon ko pa. Yan, nasakyan natin yan hanggang dito lang. Nainip na ako, no. Dito yata, hindi dito ako nainip. Tama-tama lang labas natin, pero may play pa sana to, oh. May kasunod pa na play sa price action, no. Ayan, ito pa sana yung play niya. Ayan. So ito yun yung red. Ngayon ang problema pagka during green days, so hindi tayo makakapaglaro ng green days ng scalping, I think, for now, just for now. Pag green days, what we can do is go to 4 hour. Let's see, 4 hour. Okay, so we can ignore this for now. Let's take check back the MAs. Okay, so still uptrend pa rin on the sideways position. Okay, sige, so sinalo siya ng level na to. Support to, actually may support siya sa level na to along with our MA. Yan, so sa level niya nag-support siya. So kung makita natin, no, yung dito siya. So sa daily wala siyang tsura, no, wala siyang malinis na chart structure. But if you look on the 4 hours and 1 hour, I think, yeah, so 1 hour mas solid. Okay, so sa gawin natin 4 hours yung sa right side, then sa kaliwa is 1 hour. Yan, swabe na to. G na to for swing play natin at least. Kung makakita tayo ng mga swing o kaya bounce play. Pwede pala to bounce play. So, 50% sa 10x and then 100 times naman or 100% naman sa 20x. Okay, so pwedeng gawin nating plan to. No? And if mag-plan tayo ng short, if we plan to go short on this area, then we must cut somewhere here. Around negative 2% cut dapat siya. Pero yun nga. So kailangan masana yung mga mata natin. No? Pagka may support, pwede mag-take chance ng bounce play. O kaya mga rebound, no? Mga temporary pullback. Pwede yun eh. Okay? And then, yan. So ngayon, ang scenario natin ngayon is ito, possible. Magbigay tayo scenario. Kasi lever to, no? Tingin pa tayo ng iba. Ito baga. SXP. Sino kanina? Si RLC. Si RLC sabi natin sa resistance. So sige, unahin natin yung mga short moment. Since ito nasa resistance level siya, no? Actually, ano naman to? Make it or break it. But, let's assume na mag-short tayo. Meron ba? Possible? Possible naman yata. Pwede. Pag hindi pwede, di-cut. Ganun lang naman yun, no? Okay, so ito siya. Sa mga hindi sanay sa session break, i-off muna natin yan. Baka hindi sila sanay, ano? Mga loading natin. So let's say we will go short somewhere here or mag-short na tayo ngayon. Ngayon na ba? Ngayon na. Pwede to eh. Let's assume na going break. Yun ang alam, syempre may risk to, no? Ang risk nito is ano? O kaya breakdown na gawin natin? Breakdown entry ang gawin natin, no? Sige. So let's say we will enter on this breakdown level what number is 1744 or let's say 1700 na lang, ano? 1700. Oops. Oh, masyado pala mababa. Ang layo niya, men. So kung try natin banda rito 1750. Let's say 1750. Okay. Oops. Yan. 1.1750. Ito. So, mag-assume tayo na we will go enter here. Once it enter the breakdown area from 170 hanggang 1750 and hanggang 1730. So, yun yung pinaka-entry natin ng short, no? Try lang tayo. Rule lang naman. Okay. Short natin siya dyan. Let's say from here, yeah. Itong level na to. So, breakdown itong level na to. Gagawin natin. Okay, and then, of course, kalkulahin na natin ang ating magiging risk. Mga negative 2% tayo or 1.9 negative 2. Yan natin magiging pinaka-cut loss, ha? Okay. So, pangalanan natin para walang dayaans. Okay, CL. CL na lang. Bottom. Okay, then liitan natin ng konti. Oops, masyado maliit. Pero pwede rin, no? Parang hindi ganong ano. Tapos, sa left, yan. Cut loss. Then, ito naman yung magiging entry natin. Pwede ba i-copy ito? Pwede pala, no? Yan. So, gagawin lang natin itong short entry. Yan. 1750 tayo. Edit lang natin ng konti. Yun, no? Okay. Hindi na siya nakita, syempre. Sige natin. Yan. Ayos. So, itong ating actually, pwede natin itong huwag natin pakita dyan. Sync na lang. Yan. Para malinis. Mas malinis ng konti. Okay. So, naglagay tayo ng negative 2 na cut loss. Then, we're going to expect 1:1 siya, mga boss. Ang daming mga 1:1 na play ngayon. Okay. Since consolidation siya, consolidation area, no? So ngayon hindi pa tayo naka-enter, parang set na buy limit, sell limit ang gagawin natin. Short, naka-short tayo ng limit order. Meaning kung bababa siya magbe-breakdown, okay? Kung hindi, mistrade natin to, no? O kaya no trades tayo dito. So, 1:1 natin dito is ito. Magsiset tayo ng TP1 here. Pwede yan. Pwede yan, TP1 here. And then, pag nagtuloy, hold lang yung matitirang 25%. So, sell lang ng ilang portion. And then, hold na lang yung matitira. Okay? So, next TP will be, so, lagay natin to TP1. Take profit 1 tayo. Isusunod natin somewhere here. Oh, yun, ganda. 2, 4, and 1:2. No? 2, 4. Almost 2.5. Oo, almost 2.5 ng ratio. Okay, sige. Ito, 1:2.5. 1:2.5. Ang mga pinakamagiging ratio natin. Pagka dito tayo TP. Pero ilang percent na lang naman tayo. Mag-TP1 naman na tayo dito kung sakali. Okay, so that's the plan for RLC USDT perp. Then tignan natin yung mga long play. So ito kasi problema nito, dapat kanina naka-enter mga 9 o'clock daw. Okay. So since na-miss na natin to, meron pa rin namang chance no. Hintay lang tayo ng counting pullback ulit somewhere. Para para tamang swing play tayo. Kaya lang maganda kasi mag-swing play sa uptrend talaga eh. Kaya ba dyan naka-uptrend? Ito, si IMX, pwede ito abangan. So, let's say si IMX, imagine lang tayo, okay? So, kahit dalawa lang muna. So, let's say si IMX mag-pullback from here. Medyo malalim na, no? Ilang percent kaya to? Maliit lang, kayang-kaya to. So, let's say mag-pullback siya dito, somewhere here. Ayan ang pinakamaging buying entry natin. So, again, we will enter from here. Copy tayo, copy. Bali, dalawa magiging position natin. Ayan, nilagyan ko ng kulay purple. Purple. Okay. IMX RLC. Okay, so sabi natin, ito yung pinakamagiging long entry natin. No? Ito long naman ito. No? Parang swing point siya. Long entry. Pataas siya. Okay. Okay, so lagay natin sa right side. Dapat pala sa right side na lang. Yun. Okay, then cut loss tayo mga boss. Ilan? Oh, kaya to. 1.8, no? Kaya to mga boss. CL natin ito. Okay. And then mag-TP-TP-han tayo. So parang 1, 2, 1:1 niya is asan dito? Ito ang kanyang 1:1 mga boss. So TP1 na lang din ulit natin to. Hindi pangit. Pag nag-swing play tayo maganda. Play talaga, 'di ba? Huwag tayo mag-TP1. I mean, huwag natin lapitan yung TP1. Dito tayo mag-TP1 sa 2, 4, 6, so 1:3. So pinaka magiging ratio natin is 1:3. First scenario natin, 1:3. You know. Okay, so ito yung ating first goal, 1:3. Somewhere here. Yan, tong level na to, no? You know. Yan, somewhere there, here, there, and everywhere. Yan. Okay, yan. So, lalagay natin ito ng kahit na 1:3 ratio, 2, 4, 6, 1:3 TP1. Pwede yan, TP1 muna. 1:3 ratio, TP1. Alisin lang natin 1:3 para hindi nakalito. Basta TP1 natin yan. Understood na yan. So, sa mga batang TDLC, alam na po yan. Okay, and then ang exit somewhere here. Sa taas na to. Kung talagang lalakas si market, mapangyayari, posible yan mga boss. Kahit pa down ng market. Meron naman mga nagliliparan. Di kung wala, di cut loss tayo. So dalawa lang muna, baka maubos yung bala natin. So sa trading ganyan, di ba? Hindi pwedeng ubos biyaya. Kailangan tipid-tipid. So kung dalawang mali, di bukas naman, no? Ganun lang naman yung buhay. Maaring ngayon, okay, mamaya naman pala. Pagbalik natin. Okay, so iwan lang natin to. First si IMX, then second si so based sa ating chart analysis nga pala, no, sa 4 hours going up kasi siya, no, maaring ma-reach niya itong level na to. Totoo mauntog siya rito. Maaring akatin niya pa yan. So yun naging basehan natin, so ganyan sa IMX. And then dito si RLC naman, sabi natin resistance na kung magpo-pullback siya. Okay, ang problema parang ayaw yung pullback. Kung mauntog pala yun, mag-resist. Okay, yun ang deal natin. So kasi makakonfirm na mag-resist pagka mag-push siya pababa. Kung hindi naman, ayos lang. Ayos lang, George. Okay? So, ito RLC. Hindi pala natin napalit ito sa kabila. Sync. So, 4 hour. Ay, 1 hour. 4 hours. Yan. So, yan daw. Yun, lumitaw ba? Lumitaw pala yan. So, dito naman si IMX. So, dalawa yung ating magiging pinaka-positions. Positiones. Okay. So, yan. Time to positions. We're going to leave this, guys. Good luck sa ating lahat. Hasta la vista. Diyan lang kayo. I'll be right back. Shout out to you, Wako Wako. Wako Wako 624. I'm gonna count to you. Yan, sige, papadala ko sa iyo ang aking ang aking alagad, Wako Wako 624. Coming now to your house, Wako Wako 64. Okay. Nakikita ko yung ano yung bahay? Lola Wendy? Iba to. Wako Wako 64. Ano yung channel? Boss yun. Wako Wako 64. Magkakatutok na. Nag-iisa ko sa space. Yan. Yung militaw is ano? Okay, so hindi makita ko yung bahay. Napagulang yung bahay. Pupuntahan natin yan. Boss Wako Wako. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you, my friend Wako Wako. Hello, how are you there? Ayun, si Boss JC pala to. So, ano lang tayo? Tamang monitoring lang tayo. Let's see if mag-materialize. So, isa going long. Ito naman going short. Kaso ng iwan. So, tingnan natin kung ano to. Ikaw ba naman lalaro mo ngayon dyan, Boss JC? Ano? Ayos. RLC. So, let's see. Tingnan ko nga. Ito, RLC. Oo nga, pumipitik si RLC. Kasi nag-resistance no? So, yun nga yung mindset sana natin, ano? But, let's see. 15 minutes. May nagpakita ba siya ng senyales, Boss JC? Malayo Ang aga mo atang nagpa-short dito. Siguro dito ka kanina, no? Hindi nag-short na to Nag-short na to, so hindi ko lang kung anong naging entry mo. Hindi ko sure kung anong naging entry mo, Bossing JC. Wala akong makita yan other than resistance, no? Yun. So, okay lang kung nag-resistance play ka rito. Malit pa lang naman, negative 20 kung from here ha. Negative 1% pa lang. Mukhang si RLC pa yung naka-uptrend ano, structure oh. Mukhang mali tayong decision mga boss ah. Di bali okay lang. Kasi plan sana to is short kung mag-ano siya, breakdown. So ngayon, wala pa, hindi pa to na-hit alam ko eh. Kanina nilalaro ko sa 1 hour. So wala pa to. 750, ay hindi 7. In-adjust eh no. Dapat dito man lang pala. 740 na lang ating entry. Adjust tayo. Change of plan mga boss. 750 ba yung kanina? 750 nga. So at least 740 pa lang no. Para dito, parang may basihan. Kasi lang nga yung 750 parang nangunguna eh. Ano to, short on breakdown to. Pag nag-breakdown, papasok ng short. Kasi nga parang nagko-consolidate lang siya. Pero lumalakas ang damuho. Lumalakas. Ayan. Anyways, let's see. Okay. Sige, I'll be right back mga boss. Iwan ko muna itong aking live streaming. Test short pa lang naman. Good yan, goods pagka mga test short. Parang ginagawa ng isang loading natin si Boss JP, no? Nagtetest the water din siya. Then pagka goods na siya, I mean nakita niya nagtutuloy sa bias niya, no? Sa kanya binibira yon mga boss. Ganun kabingis yung natin, Lodi JP. PJ, sorry, PJ. Lahat J na lang nag-start. Lodi PJ, no? Yun, sige. Tambay lang tayo rito. Salamat. Good morning, Charlie Inocencio. Yan, good day. Good day. Good Lord days yan. Good Lord day. Bago ba yan? Okay, so yun. Tatambay lang tayo. Bali, tinetest pa lang natin itong broadcast natin. God willing. Gagawin natin to daily. No? I'm planning kasi yung 24/7, no? Naka-live si Kuya Dids. Kasi ang hirap ng mag-setup mga boss. Ang hirap mag-setup ng, kunwari may gagalaw, tapos saka pala ako mag-setup. Ang hirap. So, I'm planning to do it 24/7. And then, pag may play, yan, iingay tayo, no? Mag-chatan tayo. Ipopost ko sa FB or sa group chat, no? May play, tapos sabay-sabay tayo makaka-monitor. Kahit sa screen ninyo, ako naman habang nagdadaldal dito, di ba sabayan lang tayo. So, yun ang iniisip ko eh. If uubra, no? So, sa ngayon, swing play muna yung sinet-up natin. Ganun ang plan, mga bossing. So, okay ba yun? Goods ba yun? Goods ba yun? Yun. So, ito, I'm planning to go long. No? Pero sabi ko nga, sana mag-pullback muna siya. At least 1% lang naman yan eh. Baka kaya. Pero ito, lumalakas ng Damoclet. So, malakas si RLC. May gulay. Lakas niya, George. Boom, nag-breakout pa. Parang sarap mag-trade ah. Ganda no? So, abangan ko to mga bossing. Silipin ko lang sa kanya sa RLC. Wala na 3 minutes. Ayun no, nauna na. Ganda idea. Ganda idea no? Okay. Salamat sa inyo, Boss Wakwak, Boss JC and Boss Charlie. Yun. Kasi, makakatulong sa ating lahat yun eh. Sa inyo, sa akin, no? Yan. Iba kasi may kasama talaga mag-trade. Ramdam mo na meron kang hindi ka alone, di ba? Teka lang ha. Susundot lang ako. Susundatan natin si RLC. Pagiganti natin si Boss JC. Ibabawi kita, Boss JC. Magulutong magulutong Binance ha. Teka nga ha. RLC. Okay, kakasahan ko lang ng bala. Tapos puputokan natin. Ganun lang kasaputok. 1.2015 ang aking entry. Sunugan na ito. 1.2015. Let's see. Ang lakas niya no? Pag malikat. So, 1.2015. You know. Genius. 1.2015. So, let's see. Kung magtuloy. Kung hindi, cut ako somewhere here. Yan. Tight cut lang ako. Promise, magka-cut tayo. Okay. Si Quedids. Mukhang biglang nag-change of plan. Ay. May dugong TDLC. Kasi yung kanina swing play naman. O ngayon, laruin lang natin ng short play. Baka lang, no? Baka tayo pagbigyan. Ayan na nga. Na kinikilikiliti, 5 EMA yan, malamang sa malamang. Closer. Closer sa ano. Lumalaban, pumapalag siya mga boss. Yan. 4%. Si IMX tulog eh. Wake up IMX. Okay. Yun, so ganun na nga yung plan mga boss. And then yun, kunwari, so what's the use? What's the sense? Kasi ito nga yung pangarap natin. Nga pala, meron kasing mga naghihingi ng ano, meron bang live trading dyan ko edit? So ito yun, I think pagka ginawa natin to, no? So paano yung kayo wala kayo bang gagawin? Meron, pwede. Kasi pwede ko siyang ganito, oh. Yan. Pwede ko siya i-ganyan mga boss. Okay, so hindi lang nakaayos pero aayusin ko, wait lang. So meaning habang nag-e-edit si Kuya Dids, no? Okay, kailangan ko mag-edit ng ng pang-thumbnails. So meron pa rin naman tayong chart na maliit dito. Kahit pa medyo lakihan natin yan, walang problema kasi hindi mo kailangan makita yung pinagagawa ko sa background. Alam niyo yun, naka-monitor pa rin tayo sa chart kahit pa ano. Kahit pa meron ginagawa iba sa credits. Okay, so yun, I think uubra tong plano natin na to. So marami kasi akong gagawin sobra. Kaganda lang nito at least, di ba? 2 birds in 1 hit stone. Tama pa yun. So kahit nag-edit tayo rito, no? So, yan. Dapat pala in-animate ko. Pwedeng animate to sa ano eh. Testing lang. Pumasok sa isip ni Kuya Dids. May pumasok sa kokote ng Kuya Dids nyo. So, hindi ko lang alam kung uubra tong aking pinag-iisip. So, PNG. Pati ba Dota? Pwede yan. Kasi may time na antok na si Kuya Dids, no? Magdodota muna tayo. Parang gano'n, no? Habang papatanggal ang antok. Habang merong chart na sa side, di ba? So, yan. Na-save ko na to. And then, ito naman. Try din natin. Save. Save natin to ng JPEG na lang. JPEG. Yan. Okay. Then, punta tayo ng Canva. Yan, no? Asan na ba si Canva natin? So, paano magsimula rito? Puro forma tong ko eh. Create design siguro. Tapos, ano ka ba? Ano ka ba ginagawa? YouTube? YouTube ba dito? Ba ginagamit ulit na to? YouTube, ito na lang, presentation. Default lang tayo. Kaalawang default. Okay, and then, pwede ba mag-import dito? Plus, add page. Paano ba mag-import dito? Import files. Pwede kasi nagbabasa eh. Pwede raw drag and drop. Yun. Ayan. So itong ating ulo ni background muna. Yun. Pwede naman pala ay. Ang problema, pwede ba i-resize to? No? Pwede ba i-resize to? So let's say ganyan na lang muna. Mamaya na lang natin problemahin. Mga problema dapat siya isinasantabi. Tapos talagyan na natin ulo ni Kuya Dids. Iyon. Okay. Sa Filmora yata yung pwede mag-edit. Animate. Ito pwede oh. Di ba? Yun oh. Kita nyo ba yun? Hoy. Kulit eh. Bug. Yun, astig. Ang galing Napasaya ako nitong basic. So, sabihin merong pero konti lang eh. Oops. Teka lang. Check. Hello. Pusin muna po ba? Okay guys, so mamaya balik tayo, no? Enjoy the scene. Welcome back. Ayun, nandito po. Shoutout sa ating mga bossing. Pag di mo ko kinausap, kakausapin ko sarili ko. Sabi ni Boss Mark. I think this is Mark Abogado. Right? Hello, Boss Mark. Hello sa'yo. At yan, teka lang ha. Ngayon, balikan natin. Ayun na nga. Sabi ni Lady Preneur, hello there. Thanks so much. Ay, hello kay Lady Preneur. Shoutout to you. Live na kitaan, Paps. Pag goods na tayo sa e-com, makakapag-focus na ulit tayo sa trading. Mark Show? Sino kaya ito? Ang dami ko kasing kakilalang Mark siya. Mark. Sino kayang Mark ito? Uy bro, kausapin mo naman ako. Hehe. Haha. Yung pag yun, sasensya na kasi sumundo tayo. Pero ngayon may position tayo sa RLC. Okay, so currently, ups tayo ng 20%. Maliit pa. Maliit na bagay. Ups tayo ng 20%. So, protect na. Ayan. Sorry. Mark Show. Sinong Mark ito? Marami kasing Mark. Si Mark Abogado, yung isang trader natin ng Forex na ano siya. Tawag dito. Meron siyang tawag dito, funded, parang FTMO. No, funded trader siya or yung mga tinatawag na lumulutang si Kuya Dids. Umiiwala yung kaluluwa sa antok. Prop firm. Yun, prop firm. Yun, propriety, parang gano'n. So basta trader siya ng isang broker, no? Or ng isang institution. Teka lang ha, Mark Trajano? Is that you? Teka, yung mga trader natin ng Mark kasi, madali namang hulaan yan, Madaling hulaan yan. Type ko lang dito, Mark. So, nakita mo, bossing, no? Unang-una si Mark Abogado yung binabanggit ko. And then, si Mark Trahan, hindi, dito nag-e-ecom eh. Maaring ikaw ito. Mark Abolon. Ayun. Mark Abolon. Alam ko na. Hindi OPM Paps. Ano siya, prop firm, no? Yung ano lang yun boss, mag-a-apply ka lang doon bale kapag nakapasa ka sa sistema nila, pag nakapasa ka sa sistema ng yun, basta meron parang mga test na gagawin, parang 3 stage yata ng test or 2 test, worth 7,000 pesos ata ang entry. Tapos nire-refund yun, alam ko pagka once makapasa ka, i-refund sa yung fully refund. Tapos ang doon, magiging ganansya mo doon or gain mo bale is split share ng 70% I think ng profit. So yun, basta as long as magpa-profit ka, maliit o malaki, para ka doon, daig mo pa ang sumasahod doon. So yun, soon mga project natin yan, kailangan hindi ko pa maharap Pero yun, sabi mo nga, pag goods tayo sa e-com, kailangan kasi meron tayong rumorolyo pa na ibang pinagkakaabalan, hindi pwedeng puro trading lang, sabi nga natin. So yun na yun, di ba? Gets ba? Teka, nawala yung aking Nawala siya. I see ya. Ito, nawala. Saan napunta? Nawala. Ito, yun. Na-minimize ko pala. Sorry naman. So, na-minimize ni Kuya Dids. So, okay na. Goods na, bossing. Kala mo, di kita mahulaan, Ayan na nga. Live tayo kasi, parang broker, ganun ba? Sama ba? Yes, in the institution siya actually, Boss Mark. Parang institution siya na nag-organize ng sila Ma'am Celeste, alam ko nag-ganun FTMO, pa siya lang may FTMO. Pero may isa pang may isa pa bukod sa FTMO. Yung isa is nakita mo, join challenge, no? Yan, so challenge join FTMO challenge. So maglalagin ka lang dyan. Alam ko meron na ako rito Pasyalan mo to. Isa to, pero meron daw mas maganda dito MFF yata yun. Ayan MFF Forex. My Forex Funds yan. Si My Forex Funds. So dito siya naging trader. Diyan siya naging diyan siya nakapasa. Mura lang daw dito kasi. Tapos parang madali lang to actually. Kaya natin to Kaya dahil yung setup nito is lang naman 4 hours, 1 hour, then 1 minute. So 1 minute per entry. Simple lang to. Kaya. Tapos Euro, EU lang nilalaro niya, Euro USD lang. Ganun ka basic. Euro USD lang, tapos yun, basta as long as yung drawdown ma-meet mo, no, hindi ka gaanong Euro USD. Yan. So, ito. Teka. Yun, no. Yun, yung mga news. Okay din news. Tinitira niya rin yung mga news. So, siya nga, price action lang. Anyway, aralin natin yung boss, Mark. Huwag ka magalala. Isa sa mga ano natin yan, naka-ready na. Aralin natin yan. Meron tayong ano dyan, parang lesson or studies na gagawin. Alright. So, yun. Kain-kain muna mga boss. Enjoy muna tayo dyan. Okay. So, yan. Parang ganyan lang laruan nyo dyan, no? 4 hours and 1 hour. Checkin niya lang, no? So, ito. Ganito yung mga laro niya dun eh. Nakikita ko. Kasi tinuturuan niya rin ako eh, no? Something like this, yun. Kaya lang 40 pips, 30 pips. Ilan ba to? Basta mga 30 pips yata ang cut loss dapat. Yan. Tapos ang yung TP naman dapat at least ano. Pero malaki to Yan, 90 pips. So yan, mga ganyan laro. Parang ano lang din, ginaral lang sa TDLC. Same lang, di ba? Same structure lang. Kukuhanin lang nito yung ang tawag dito? Order blocks na tinatawag. Bali ano to, ang sistema nila is SMC. So meron tayong study doon kung magalala, ano natin yon. Aralin natin yun sa TDLC. Kaya nagre-ready tayo ng TDLC Forex. Ano lang, tiis-tiis lang. Ma-execute din natin lahat yan. Talagang ano lang tayo ngayon, ano lang tayo talaga dito. Occupied lang talaga yung ating ano, ang ating mga oras. Pero soon, sabi mo nga pagka clear na tayo sa e-com. So God willing. Sa Friday start ng e-com ko eh. Study ng e-com. Ay sorry, hindi pala kita. Sorry naman, hindi pala kita. Yan. Friday start eh. So 4 days yun. 4 days ano ko dun. 4 days study yun. Dire-diretso yun. Kay Sino din. Nag-enroll ako kay Sino. 15K. Parang i-trade natin ng pera. Tama. Funded din na tayo. Kaya tawag dun is ano. Yun. Funded trader. Hindi ka ano. Kumbaga kung masunog man. Masusunog lang sa'yo yung pinaka ano mo. Yung pinang enrollment fee mo lang para makapasok ka. Yun lang masusunog sa'yo. Diba? Goods pa rin diba? Parang basta okay siya. I think ano siya. Wag lang ano, wag ka lang magi-grid din kasi pag nag-grid ka diyan, antimano sunog ka agad. Kailangan ma-refund mo din yung binayad mo muna. 'Yun ang pinaka-goal. Para pwede ka ulit mag-try, 'di ba? 'Yun no, gets na ba? Gets na. So funded nila tayo. Merong nagpa-fund sa atin, parang ganoon. I-trade natin sila. Pwede mo rin sabayan yung kung good na yung sistema mo, di sundutan mo na sarili mong account, 'di ba? Kahit $100, $200, pwede kang maglagay. Yun, sabayan mo lang. Goods naman kung gumagana naman yung sistema, di ba? Yun. Yung pag goods na ako sa e-com. Yes, tama. James, tama, totoo yan. Sabay tayo actually. Huwag kang mag-alala boss, yung Mark. Walang iwanan yan. So same situation tayo. Nauna ka pa nga boss Mark eh. Buti nga ikaw may pwesto na sa. No, hindi pa ako napag-place ng order pala, no. Siyempre lang ako, ang dami ko pa kasing paparating na ano, na item. So, baka tayo masita. Ano, basta i-check mo kayo, order ko yung boss. Ano ba yun? May minimum ba yun yung pa-order sa'yo? Minimum ba yun? Yan. Okay, so ito, kailangan pala meron na kayo living na something, no? Pagka iniiwan ko. Sumahod nga pala ako. Isa-isa lang baka mabul. Totoo yan. Isa-isa lang tama yan. Chill lang. Humihinga pa naman tayo. Kaya pa naman. Yan. Wala pa lang minimum. Sige. Yun, dumating na yung pagkain. Kakain lang muna ako. Tawag dito. Ano na nga yung sasabihin ko? Wala tuloy ako. Oh no. I feel blank. May sasabihin ako eh. Siya basta. Sige, see you na lang mamaya ulit. Kain lang ako mga boss. Kain lang si Dudong. Yun no. Ganda na entry ko rito. Sinort ko to eh. Sinort ko si RLC. 39% ups na tayo mga bossing. Thank God. Uy, 40% ups. Okay, save na natin to. Para magkakitaan na mga bossing. Rarim pa. Yan. So papasok na sa ano, sa buy entry natin to. Hindi, short entry pala pagka once mag-breakdown siya, yun yung sabi ko kanina. Yun. So ang lalaki ng lapagan sa GC, nakita mo ba? Ang lalaki ng lapagan, grabe oh. 7,600. Ayun no. May explanation si Boss Conspiracy shit, no? Hmm. Hmm. Yun. Ayos, ayos. Ayan yan. So inulit lang, pinapaliwanag. Andito ka na ba, Boss Mark? Pasok ka rito sa GC natin. Nandito yung ano. Nandito ka yata, ano? Yun, in-explain niya. Alala niyo yung rule on focus, boss. Yung one-on-one kami ni Luna. Candle lang, sticks lang, indicators. 1 minute time frame pag solid green out. Tapos pag okay. So may pinuruhan siya. Ay, yung pala yun. Walis-walis pala yun. Tsaka, so what if mag-reversal? Wala kami ano. Kasi iba yung mindset ni Boss PJ eh. Re-entry lang on the next red. Yan. Kasi madaming pitik candles din si Luna noon. This is the key. Remember 2% lang ako. Tama pala. Just imagining the process, boss. Wala akong masabi. You need to be zero in the reverse. Nag-reverse yung around 10 p.m. Kasi most people would have panic. May nanganaliquidate tayong kasama dito noon. Oo, nag-TP to. Anyway, salamat ng oras, boss. Balik na. Decor, Sabado, Christmas party. Two more paldo sa lahat. Okay. Not to brag, but to try. Naulit ko pala kaya yan. Di ko na lang na-share. Hello, Yunfy. Hahaha. Pero sabi ko nga, hindi sustainable. Magkakasakit ka sa pressure at stress. May work at 2 kidos na umaasa sa 100% lakas na taguro naglalaro. Yan, so tinanong ko siya. Hindi ko lang alam kung anong token nilaro niya. Yan. San GC ang Papsan official? Hindi, nasa... Ayaw nga no, teka, ilalagyan kita. Ayaw, nandito ka yata. Mark, andito ka rin. Ay, hindi, wala ka dito. My gulay, I'm very jory. Ilagay kita ngayon. Sorry. Ito. So, nandito pa rin kasi sila. Minahal na nila tong GC na to. Ayaw na nila umalis dito. Although meron na kasi tayong GC na ano. Yun. Yun, so pinipilit doon na lang ako sa official. Ayan, inad na kita. Okay, so pinipilit intindihin sana ni Boss PJ, kaya lang yun nga ano, iba-iba talaga kasi yung ano ng trader. Teka, mag-stop loss lang ako dito, 1.1947. Magpa-positive lang ako rito. Delikado kasi sayang naman. 1.1947. Gusto ko na mag-TP rito. TP kaya ako. Mayan ko na nga lang muna siya. Malit lang naman. Kain muna ako, okay? So, sige, node lang muna tayo dyan. I think I'm going to play my YT na rin, ano? Play na rin at si YouTube ko rito. Meron ba ako dito nakakasa na YouTube? Ay, ano ba yan? Teka lang. Silip lang ako ng ano ko. Pwede ko i-play. Okay. Yan. Pwede rin yung Secrets of the Millionaire Mind.
This is so good, you won't believe what's in here.
Teka lang. Aha. So, pwedeng ito. Tapos, ay hindi, mali. Hindi siya dyan. Dito, no? Oops, sorry. Skip ads. Okay. Maliit na lang natin. Yan. So, yan. Pwede palang audiobook na lang eh. Hindi ko na kailangan anuhan pa. Yan, ganyan na lang. Tapos ano? Tapos may malaking chart na nakalitaw. Yan. Goods na siguro yan, ano? Okay. Oops, teka. Wala palang audio. So, simulan natin. Yan, wala palang audio.
Andrew, ang
Kasi naman, nag-a-ads. Nag-a-ads kasi mga boss. Sorry. Okay. Hanap lang ako ng maipi-play. Playlist tayo. So, alam ko na. May naisip ako mga bossing. May naisip si Kuya Dids. Okay. Kaya lang baka tayo ano. Sige nga, testing baga. Oh, yan. Yan. Okay. Okay ba? Tapos, i-roll natin to. Okay, habang nagpe-play yung ano natin. Habang nagpe-play yung Secrets of the Millionaire Mind. Yan.
people are shocked at the beginning of my seminars when one of the first things I tell them is, don't believe a word I say. Why would I suggest that? Because I can only speak from my own experience. None of the concepts and insights I share are inherently true or false, right or wrong. They simply reflect my own results and the amazing results I've seen in the lives of thousands and thousands of my students. Having said that, however, I believe that if you use the principles you learn in this book, you will totally transform your life. Don't just read this book. Study it as if your life depended on it. Then,
sumasapaw pala yung boses ni ni T. Harv Eker. Yan. Okay. Teka lang ha. Oops, shucks. Teka lang. Shucks. Okay. Kakat ko na lang to. Ano ba yan? Ang dami kong error Ganito na lang. Oops. Ano ba yan? Teka. Okay. Okay, sige. Yan, kita naman na, no? Okay. Ayan. So, okay na. Alright. Oh, yeah. Okay, anyway, yan. Ayusin ko lang isa kong yung chart. Okay, so kailangan maganda to, single lang eh. Dito na lang sa 3-minute play. 3-minute play. Ayos. Alright. Yan. Run na lang problem. Di ako makagawa ng ads. Mahirap magawa ng ads talaga. Kaya nga rin ako pumasok eh. Pero nakapag-run na ako. Yun, tapon. Pero, hindi naman tapon. May mga nag-inquire din. May mga pumasok naman. TDLC kasi nirarun ko ngayon. So soon, item na i-run ko susunod. Ialamin ko lang yung mga supplier ka na boss Sino. So bukas ang start eh. Okay. Sorry. Sige. Pero nakapag-try na ako ha. Kaya ko na. Kaya madali naman. I mean, doable naman yung yung ads. Nakakalito lang yun kasi 3 yung piraso yun eh. Anyway, sige. Kain lang muna ako. Balik ako maya.
Try the
Enjoy!
principles out for yourself. Whatever works, keep doing. Whatever doesn't, you're welcome to throw away. I know I may be biased, but when it comes to money, this may be the most important book you have ever read. I understand that's a bold statement, but the fact is, this book provides the missing link between your desires for success and your achievement of success. As you've probably found out by now, those are 2 different worlds. No doubt you've read other books, listened to tapes or CDs, gone to courses, and learned about numerous get-rich systems, be they in real estate, stocks, or business. But what happened? For most people, not much. They get a short blast of energy, and then it's back to the status quo. Finally, there's an answer. It's simple, it's law, and you're not going to circumvent it. It all comes down to this. If your subconscious financial blueprint is not set for success, nothing you learn, nothing you know, nothing you do will make much of a difference. In the pages of this book, we will demystify for you why some people are destined to be rich and others are destined for a life of struggle. You will understand the root causes of success, mediocrity, or financial failure, and begin changing your financial future for the better.
May pag-reveal.
You will understand how childhood influences shape our financial blueprint and how these influences can lead to self-defeating thoughts and habits. You will experience powerful declarations that will help you replace your non-supportive ways of thinking with mental wealth files so that you think and succeed just as rich people do. You will also learn practical step-by-step strategies for increasing your income and building wealth. In part 1 of this book, we will explain how each of us is conditioned to think and act when it comes to money, and outline 4 key strategies for revising our mental money blueprint. In part 2, we examine the differences between how rich, middle class, and poor people think, and provide 17 attitudes and actions to take that will lead to permanent changes in your financial life. Throughout the book, we will also share just a few examples of the thousands of letters and emails I've received from students who have attended the Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar and achieved powerful results in their lives. So, what is my experience? Where am I coming from? Was I always successful? I wish. Like many of you, I supposedly had a lot of potential, but had little to show for it. I read all the books, listened to all the tapes, and went to all the seminars. I really wanted to be successful. I don't know whether it was for the money, the freedom, the sense of achievement, or just to prove I was good enough in my parents' eyes, but I was almost obsessed with becoming a success. During my 20s, I started several different businesses, each with the dream of making my fortune, but my results went from dismal to worse. I worked my butt off, but kept coming up short. I had Loch Ness Monster disease. I had heard of this thing called profit. I just never saw any of it. I kept thinking, if I just get into the right business, get on the right horse, I'll make it. But I was wrong. Nothing was working, at least for me. And it was the last part of that sentence that finally struck me. How come others were succeeding in the exact same business I was in, and I was still broke? What happened to Mr. Potential? So I began doing some serious soul searching. I examined my true beliefs and saw that even though I said I really wanted to be rich, I had some deep-rooted worries about it. Mostly, I was afraid. Afraid that I might fail, or worse, succeed, and then somehow lose it all. Then I'd really be a schmuck. Worse, I would blow the one thing I had going for me, my story that I had all this potential. What if I found out I didn't have what it took, and I was destined to a life of struggle? Then, as luck would have it, I got some advice from an extremely rich friend of my father's. He was at my parents' house playing cards with the boys and, in passing, noticed me. This was the 3rd time I'd moved back home, and I was living in the lower-level suite, otherwise known as the basement.
Score is now 10-24.
Union Bank wins!
Enjoy low to zero fees. 10 pesos for InstaPay and 0 for bills payment and PesoNet. Low to zero fees for the win!
Lazada Midnight Last Flash Sale. It's a last flash party every midnight. Get up to 90% off from Garnier, Snail White, Bastias, and more from your favorite brands. With fast and free shipping. Add the cart now.
I suppose my dad had complained to him of my woeful existence because when he saw me, he had the sympathy in his eyes usually reserved for the bereaved at a funeral. He said, "Harv, I started in the same way as you, a complete disaster." Great, I thought. This was making me feel a lot better. I should have let him know that I was busy, watching the paint peel off the wall. He kept going. But then I got some advice that changed my life, and I'd like to pass it on to you. Oh no, here comes the father-son lecture, and he's not even my father. Finally, he came out with it. "Harv, if you're not doing as well as you'd like, all that means is there's something you don't know." Being a brash young man at the time, I thought I knew pretty well everything, but alas, my bank account said something different. So I finally began to listen. He continued. "You know that most rich people think in a very similar way." I said, "It's not an exact science, but for the most part, rich people think a certain way. And therefore determine their results." He went on, "If you thought the way rich people do and did what rich people do you believe you could become rich too?" I remember answering with all the confidence of a mushball. "I think so." Then he replied, "All you have to do is copy how rich people think." Being the skeptic I was at the time, I said, "So what are you thinking right now?" To which he replied, "I'm thinking that rich people keep their commitments and mine is to your dad right now. The guys are waiting for me. See ya." Although he walked out, what he said sank in. Nothing else was working in my life, so I figured what the heck, and threw myself wholeheartedly into studying rich people and how they think. I learned everything I could about the inner workings of the mind, but concentrated primarily on the psychology of money and success. I discovered that it was true. Rich people really do think differently from poor and even middle-class people. Eventually, I became aware of how my own thoughts were holding me back from wealth. More important, I learned several powerful techniques and strategies to actually recondition my mind so that I would think in the same ways rich people do. Finally, I said, "Enough yakking about it, let's put it to the test." I decided to attempt yet another business. Because I was really into health and exercise, I opened one of the first retail fitness stores in North America. I didn't have any money, so I had to borrow $2,000 on my Visa card to get the business started. I began using what I'd learned by modeling rich people, both in terms of their business strategies and their thinking strategies. The first thing I did was commit to my success and playing to win. I swore I would focus and not even consider leaving this business until I was a millionaire or more. This was radically different from my previous efforts where, because I always thought short-term, I would constantly get sidetracked by either good opportunities or when things got rough. I also began challenging my mental approach whenever I began thinking in financially negative or counterproductive ways. In the past, I believed what my mind said was truth. I learned that in many ways, my mind was my biggest obstacle to success. I chose not to entertain thoughts that did not empower me toward my vision of wealth. I used every one of the principles you are going to learn in this book. Did it work? Boy, did it work. The business was so successful that I opened 10 stores in only 2.5 years. I then sold half the company shares to a Fortune 500 company for $1.6 million. After that, I moved to sunny San Diego. I took a couple of years off to refine my strategies and began doing one-on-one business consulting. I presume it was quite effective for people because they kept bringing friends, partners, and associates to our sessions. Soon I was coaching 10 and sometimes 20 people at a time. One of my clients suggested that I might as well open up a school. I thought that was a great idea, so I did. I founded the Street Smart Business School and taught thousands of people all across North America street smart business strategies for high-speed success. As I traveled across the continent giving my seminars, I noticed something strange. You could have two people sitting side by side in exactly the same room, learning exactly the same principles and strategies. One person would take these tools and skyrocket to success. But what do you think might happen to the person sitting right next to him or her? The answer is not much. That's when it became obvious that you can have the greatest tools in the world, but if you've got a tiny leak in your toolbox, I'm pointing to my head right now, you've got a problem. So I designed a program called the Millionaire Mind Intensive, based on the inner game of money and success. When I combined the inner game, the toolbox, with the outer game, the tools, virtually everybody's results went through the roof. So that's what you're going to learn in this book. How to master the inner game of money to win the game of money. How to think rich to get rich. People often ask me whether my success was a one-shot deal or whether it has continued. Let me put it this way. Using the exact principles I teach, I have now earned millions and millions of dollars and am a multi-millionaire several times over. Virtually all my investments and business ventures seem to skyrocket. Some people tell me I have the Midas touch, where everything I get involved in turns to gold. They're right. But what they may not realize is that having a Midas touch is simply another way of saying having a financial blueprint for success, which is exactly what you will have once you learn these principles and do this work. Early on during our Millionaire Mind Intensive seminar, I generally ask the audience, how many of you came here to learn? It's a bit of a trick question because, as author Josh Billings says, it's not what we don't know that prevents us from succeeding. It's what we know that just ain't so that is our greatest obstacle. This book is not as much about learning as it is about unlearning. It is essential you recognize how your old ways of thinking and acting have gotten you exactly where you are right now. If you're really rich and really happy, fine. But if you're not, I invite you to consider some possibilities that may not fit into your box of what you currently think is right or even appropriate for you. Even though I suggest that you don't believe a word I say and want you to test these concepts out in your own life, I'm going to ask you to trust the ideas you're reading. Not because you know me personally, but because thousands and thousands of people have already changed their lives as a result of the principles in this book. Speaking of trust, it reminds me of one of my favorite stories. It's about a man who is walking along a cliff and all of a sudden loses his balance, slips, and falls off. Fortunately, he has the presence of mind to grab onto the ledge, and he's hanging there for dear life. He hangs and finally yells out, "Is there anybody up there who can help me?" There's no answer. He keeps calling and calling. "Is there anybody up there who can help me?" Finally, this big, bellowing voice calls back, "This is God. I can help you. Just let go and trust." Next thing you hear, "Is there anybody else up there who can help me?" The lesson is simple. If you want to move to a higher level of life, you have to be willing to let go of some of your old ways of thinking and being and adopt new ones. The results will eventually speak for themselves. Part 1. Your Money Blueprint. We live in a world of duality, up and down, light and dark, hot and cold, in and out, fast and slow, right and left. These are but a few examples of the thousands of opposite poles. For one pole to exist, the other pole must also exist. Is it possible to have a right side without a left side? Not a chance. Consequently, just as there are outer laws of money, there must be inner laws. The outer laws include things like business knowledge, money management, and investment strategies. These are essential, but the inner game is just as important. An analogy would be a carpenter and his tools. Having top-of-the-line tools is imperative, but being the top-notch carpenter who masterfully uses those tools is even more critical. I have a saying, it's not enough to be in the right place at the right time. You have to be the right person in the right place at the right time. So, who are you? How do you think? What are your beliefs? What are your habits and traits? How do you really feel about yourself? How confident are you in yourself? How well do you relate to others? How much do you trust others? Do you truly feel that you deserve wealth? What is your ability to act in spite of fear, in spite of worry, in spite of inconvenience, in spite of discomfort? Can you act when you're not in the mood? The fact is that your character, your thinking, and your beliefs are a critical part of what determines the level of your success. One of my favorite authors, Stuart Wilde, puts it this way: the key to success is to raise your own energy. When you do, people will naturally be attracted to you. And when they show up, bill 'em. Wealth principle. Your income can grow only to the extent you do. Why is your money blueprint important? Have you heard of people who have blown up financially? Have you noticed how some people have a lot of money and then lose it? Or have excellent opportunities start well but then go sour on them? Now you know the real cause. On the outside, it looks like bad luck, a downturn in the economy, a lousy partner, whatever. On the inside, however, it's another matter. That's why if you come into big money when you're not ready for it on the inside, the chances are your wealth will be short-lived and you will lose it. The vast majority of people simply do not have the internal capacity to create and hold on to large amounts of money, and the increased challenges that go with more money and success. That, my friends, is the primary reason they don't have much money. A perfect example is lottery winners. Research has shown again and again that regardless of the size of their winnings, most lottery winners eventually return to their original financial state, the amount they can comfortably handle. On the other hand, the opposite occurs for self-made millionaires. Notice that when self-made millionaires lose their money, they usually have it back within a relatively short time. Donald Trump is a good example. Trump was worth billions, lost everything, and then a couple of years later, got it all back again and more. Why does this phenomenon occur? Because even though some self-made millionaires may lose their money, they never lose the most important ingredient in their success: their millionaire mind. Of course, in the Donald's case, it's his billionaire mind. Do you realize Donald Trump could never be just a millionaire? If Donald Trump had a net worth of only $1 million, how do you think he'd feel about his financial success? Most people would agree that he'd probably feel broke, like a financial failure. That's because Donald Trump's financial thermostat is set for billions, not millions. Most people's financial thermostats are set for generating thousands, not millions of dollars. Some people's financial thermostats are set for generating hundreds, not even thousands. And some people's financial thermostats are set for below zero. They're frickin' freezing and they don't have a clue as to why. The reality is that most people do not reach their full potential. Most people are not successful. Research shows that 80% of individuals will never be financially free in the way they'd like to be, and 80% will never claim to be truly happy. The reason is simple. Most people are unconscious. They are a little asleep at the wheel. They work and think on a superficial level of life, based only on what they can see. They live strictly in the visible world. The roots create the fruits. Imagine a tree. Let's suppose this tree represents the tree of life. On this tree, there are fruits. In our life, our fruits are called our results. So we look at the fruits, our results, and we don't like them. There aren't enough of them. They're too small or they don't taste good. So what do we tend to do? Most of us put even more attention and focus on the fruits, our results. But what is it that actually creates those particular fruits? It's the seeds and the roots that create those fruits. It's what's under the ground that creates what's above the ground. It's what's invisible that creates what's visible. So what does that mean? It means that if you want to change the fruits, you will first have to change the roots. If you want to change the visible, you must first change the invisible. Of course, some say that seeing is believing. The question I have for such people is, why do you bother paying your electric bill? Although you cannot see electricity, you can certainly recognize and use its power. If you have any doubts as to whether it exists, just stick your finger in an electric socket, and I guarantee that your doubts will quickly disappear. In my experience, what you cannot see in this world is far more powerful than anything you can see. You may or may not agree with this statement, but to the extent that you do not apply this principle in your life, you must be suffering. Why? Because you are going against the laws of nature, whereby what is under the ground creates what is above the ground. where what is invisible creates what is visible. As humans, we are a part of nature, not above it. Consequently, when we align with the laws of nature and work on our roots, our inner world, our life flows smoothly. When we don't, life gets rough. In every forest, on every farm, in every orchard on earth, it's what's under the ground that creates what's above the ground. That's why placing your attention on the fruits that you have already grown is futile. You cannot change the fruits that are already hanging on the tree. You can, however, change tomorrow's fruits. But to do so, you will have to dig below the ground and strengthen the roots. One of the most important things you can understand is that we do not live on only one plane of existence. We live in at least 4 different realms at once. These 4 quadrants are the physical world, the mental world, the emotional world, and the spiritual world. What most people never realize is that the physical realm is merely a printout of the other 3. For example, let's suppose you've just written a letter on your computer. You hit the printer key and the letter comes out of your printer. You look at your hard copy and lo and behold, you find a typo. So you take out your trusty eraser and rub out the typo. Then you hit print again and out comes the same typo. Oh my gosh, how could this be? You just erased it. So this time you get a bigger eraser and you rub even harder and longer. You even study a 300-page manual called Effective Erasing. Now you've got all the tools and knowledge you need. You're ready. You hit print, and there it is again. No way, you cry out in stunned amazement. How could this be? What's going on here? Am I in the Twilight Zone? What's going on here is that the real problem cannot be changed in the printout, the physical world. It can only be changed in the program, the mental, emotional, and spiritual worlds. Money is a result. Wealth is a result. Health is a result. Illness is a result. Your weight is a result. We live in a world of cause and effect. Have you ever heard someone assert that a lack of money was a bit of a problem? Now hear this. A lack of money is never, ever, ever a problem. A lack of money is merely a symptom of what is going on underneath. Lack of money is the effect. But what is the root cause? It boils down to this. The only way to change your outer world is to first change your inner world. Whatever results you're getting, be they rich or poor, good or bad, positive or negative, always remember that your outer world is simply a reflection of your inner world. If things aren't going well in your outer life, it's because things aren't going well in your inner life. It's that simple. Declarations. A powerful secret for change. In my seminars, we use accelerated learning techniques that allow you to learn faster and remember more of what you learn. The key is involvement. Our approach follows from the old saying, what you hear, you forget. What you see, you remember. What you do, you understand. So I'm going to ask that every time you reach the end of a major principle in this book, you first put your hand on your heart, then make a verbal declaration. Then touch your head with your index finger and make another verbal declaration. What's a declaration? It's simply a positive statement that you make emphatically out loud. Why are declarations such a valuable tool? Because everything is made of one thing: energy. All energy travels in frequencies and vibrations. Therefore, each declaration you make carries its own vibrational frequency. When you state a declaration aloud, its energy vibrates throughout the cells of your body, and by touching your body at the same time, you can feel its unique resonance. Declarations not only send a specific message to the universe, they also send a powerful message to your subconscious mind. The difference between a declaration and an affirmation is slight, but in my mind, powerful. The definition of an affirmation is a positive statement asserting that a goal you wish to achieve is already happening. The definition of a declaration is to state an official intention to undertake a particular course of action or adopt a particular status. An affirmation states that a goal is already happening. I'm not crazy about this because often when we affirm something that is not yet real, the little voice in our head usually responds with, "This isn't true. This is BS." On the other hand, a declaration is not saying something is true. It's stating that we have an intention of doing or being something. This is a position the little voice can buy, because we're not stating it's true right now, but again, It's an intention for us in the future. A declaration, by definition, is also official. It is a formal statement of energy into the universe and throughout your body. Another word from the definition is important: action. You must take all the actions necessary to make your intention a reality. I recommend that you state your declarations aloud each morning and each evening. Doing your declarations while looking into a mirror will accelerate the process even more. Now, I have to admit that when I first heard of all this, I said, no way. This declaration stuff is far too hokey for me. But because I was broke at the time, I decided, what the heck, it can't hurt, and started doing them. Now, I'm rich, so it shouldn't come as a big surprise that I believe that declarations really work. Either way, I'd rather be really hokey and really rich than really cool and really broke. How about you? That said, I invite you to place your hand on your heart and repeat the following. Declaration. My inner world creates my outer world. Now touch your head and say, I have a millionaire mind. As a special bonus, if you go to www.millionairemindbook.com and click on Free Book Bonuses, we will give you a free list of all the declarations in this book presented in calligraphy in a printable format suitable for framing. What is your money blueprint and how is it formed? Whether I'm appearing on radio or television, I'm well known for making the following statement. Give me 5 minutes and I can predict your financial future for the rest of your life. Wealth principle. Give me 5 minutes and I can predict your financial future for the rest of your life. How? In a short conversation, I can identify what's called your money and success blueprint. Each of us has a personal money and success blueprint already embedded in our subconscious mind. And this blueprint, more than anything and everything else combined, will determine your financial destiny. What's a money blueprint? As an analogy, let's consider the blueprint for a house, which is a preset plan or design for that particular home. In the same way, your money blueprint is simply your preset program or way of being in relation to money. I want to introduce you to an extremely important formula. It determines how you create your reality and wealth. Many of the most respected teachers in the field of human potential have used this formula as a foundation for their teachings. Called the process of manifestation, it goes like this. T leads to F, F leads to A equals R. Wealth principle. Thoughts lead to feelings, feelings lead to actions, actions lead to results. Your financial blueprint consists of a combination of your thoughts, feelings, and actions in the arena of money. So, how is your money blueprint formed? The answer is simple. Your financial blueprint consists primarily of the information or programming you received in the past, and especially as a young child. Who were the primary sources of this programming or conditioning? For most people, the list includes parents, siblings, friends, authority figures, teachers, religious leaders, media, and your culture, to name a few. Let's take culture. Isn't it true that certain cultures have one way of thinking and dealing with money, while other cultures have a different approach? Do you think a child comes out of the womb with his or her attitudes toward money? Or do you believe the child is taught how to deal with money? That's right. Every child is taught how to think about and act in relation to money. The same holds true for you, for me, for everyone. You were taught how to think and act when it comes to money. These teachings become your conditioning, which becomes automatic responses that run you for the rest of your life. Unless, of course, you intercede and revise your mind's money files. This is exactly what we're going to do in this book, and what we do for thousands of people each year, on a deeper and more permanent level at the Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar. We said earlier that thoughts lead to feelings, that feelings lead to actions, that actions lead to results. So here's an interesting question. Where do your thoughts come from? Why do you think differently from the next person? Your thoughts originate from the files of information you have in the storage cabinets of your mind. So where does this information come from? It comes from your past programming. That's right. Your past conditioning determines every thought that bubbles up in your mind. That's why it's often referred to as the conditioned mind. To reflect this understanding, we can now revise our process of manifestation in the following manner. P leads to T T leads to F, F leads to A equals R. Your programming leads to your thoughts lead to your feelings lead to your actions lead to your results. Therefore, just as is done with a personal computer, by changing your programming, you take the first essential step to changing your results. So, how are we conditioned? We are conditioned in 3 primary ways in every arena of life, including money. Verbal programming: what did you hear when you were young? Modeling: what did you see when you were young? Specific incidents: what did you experience when you were young? The 3 aspects of conditioning are important to understand, so let's go over each of them. In part 2 of this book, you will learn how to recondition yourself for wealth and success. The first influence: verbal programming. Let's begin with verbal programming. What did you hear about money, wealth, and rich people when you were growing up? Did you ever hear phrases like, "Money is the root of all evil," "Save your money for a rainy day," "Rich people are greedy," "Rich people are criminals," "Filthy rich," "You have to work hard to make money," "Money doesn't grow on trees," "You can't be rich and spiritual," "Money doesn't buy happiness," "Money talks," "The rich get richer and the poor get poorer." That's not for people like us. Not everyone can be rich. There's never enough. And the infamous, "We can't afford it." In my household, every time I asked my father for any money, I'd hear him scream, "What am I made of? Money?" Jokingly, I'd respond, "I wish. I'll take an arm, a hand, even a finger." He never laughed once. Here's the rub. All the statements you heard about money when you were young remain in your subconscious mind as part of the blueprint that is running your financial life. Verbal conditioning is extremely powerful. For example, when my son Jesse was 3 years old, he ran over to me and excitedly said, "Daddy, let's go see the Ninja Turtle movie. It's playing near us." For the life of me, I couldn't figure out how this toddler could already be a master of geography. A couple of hours later, I got my answer in the form of a TV commercial advertising the movie, which had at the end the usual tagline, "Now playing at a theater near you." Another example of the power of verbal conditioning came at the expense of one of our Millionaire Mind seminar participants. Stephen didn't have a problem earning money. His challenge was keeping it. At the time Stephen came to the course, he was earning over $800,000 a year and had been doing so for the past 9 years. Yet he was still barely scraping by. Somehow he managed to spend his money, lend it, or lose it all by making poor investment decisions. Whatever the reason, his net worth was exactly 0. Stephen shared with us that when he was growing up, his mom always used to say, "Rich people are greedy. They make their money off the sweat of the poor. You should have just enough to get by. After that, you're a pig." It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what was going on inside Stephen's subconscious mind. No wonder he was broke. He was verbally conditioned by his mother to believe that rich people are greedy. Therefore, his mind linked up rich with greedy, which of course is bad. Since he didn't want to be bad, subconsciously, he couldn't be rich. Stephen loved his mom and didn't want her to disapprove of him. Obviously, based on her beliefs, if he were to get rich, she wouldn't approve. Therefore, the only thing for him to do was to get rid of any extra money beyond just getting by. Otherwise, he'd be a pig. Now, you would think that in choosing between being rich and being approved of by mom or anyone else for that matter, most people would take being rich. Not a chance. The mind just doesn't work that way. Sure, riches would seem to be the logical choice. But when the subconscious mind must choose between deeply rooted emotions and logic, emotions will almost always win. Let's get back to our story. In less than 10 minutes at the course, using some extremely effective experiential techniques, Stephen's money blueprint changed dramatically. In only 2 years, he went from being broke to becoming a millionaire. At the course, Stephen began to understand that these non-supportive beliefs were his mom's, based on her past programming and not his. We then took it a step further and helped him to create a strategy whereby he wouldn't lose his mother's approval if he got rich. It was simple. His mom loved Hawaii. So Stephen invested in a beachfront condo on Maui. He sends her there for the entire winter, She's in heaven, and so is he. First, she now loves that he's rich and tells everyone how generous he is. Second, he doesn't have to deal with her for 6 months of the year. Brilliant! In my own life, after a slow start, I began doing well in business but never seemed to make money with my stocks. In becoming aware of my money blueprint, I recalled that when I was young, each day after work, my dad would sit down at the dinner table with the newspaper, check the stock pages, slam his fist on the table and shout, "Those stinking stocks!" He then spent the next half hour ranting about how stupid the whole system is and how you have a better chance of making money playing the slot machines in Las Vegas. Now that you understand the power of verbal conditioning, can you see that it's no wonder I couldn't make any money in the stock market? I was literally programmed to fail, programmed to unconsciously pick the wrong stocks at the wrong price at the wrong time. Why? To subconsciously validate my money blueprint that said stocks stink. All I can say is by digging out this massive toxic weed from my inner financial garden, I began getting inundated with more fruits. Virtually the day after I reconditioned myself, the stocks I chose began to boom, and I've continued to have amazing success in the stock market ever since. It seems incredibly strange, but when you really understand how the money blueprint works, it makes perfect sense. Again, your subconscious conditioning determines your thinking. Your thinking determines your decisions, and your decisions determine your actions, which eventually determine your outcomes. There are 4 key elements of change, each of which is essential in reprogramming your financial blueprint. They are simple but profoundly powerful. The first element of change is awareness. You can't change something unless you know it exists. The second element of change is understanding. By understanding where your way of thinking originates, you can recognize that it has to come from outside you. The third element of change is disassociation. Once you realize this way of thinking isn't you, you can separate yourself from it and choose in the present whether to keep it or let it go, based on who you are today and where you want to be tomorrow. You can observe this way of thinking and see it for what it is, a file of information that was stored in your mind a long, long time ago and may not hold any truth or value for you anymore. The fourth element of change is reconditioning. We will begin this process in part 2 of this book, where we will introduce you to the mental files that generate wealth. Should you want to take this a step further, I invite you to attend the Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar, where you will be led through a series of powerful experiential techniques that will rewire your subconscious on a cellular and permanent level, retraining your mind to respond supportively in terms of money and success. The elements of frequency and ongoing support are also important for lasting change to occur. So, I've got another gift to help you. If you go to www.millionairemindbook.com and click on Free Book Bonuses, you can subscribe to the Millionaire Mind Thought of the Week. Every 7 days, you will receive a profound lesson that can assist your success. Meanwhile, let's go back to our discussion on verbal conditioning and the steps you can take now to begin revising your money blueprint. Steps for change. Verbal programming. Awareness. Write down all the statements you heard about money, wealth, and rich people when you were young. Understanding. Write down how you believe these statements have affected your financial life so far. Disassociation. Can you see that these thoughts represent only what you learned and are not part of your anatomy and not who you are? Can you see that you have a choice in the present moment to be different? Declaration. Place your hand over your heart and say, "What I heard about money isn't necessarily true. I choose to adopt new ways of thinking that support my happiness and success." Touch your head and say, "I have a millionaire mind." The second influence, modeling. The second way we are conditioned is called modeling. What were your parents or guardians like in the arena of money when you were growing up? Did one or both of them manage their money well, or did they mismanage it? Were they spenders or savers? Were they shrewd investors or were they non-investors? Were they risk takers or conservative? Was money consistently there, or was the flow more sporadic? Did money come easily in your family, or was it always a struggle? Was money a source of joy in your household, or the cause of bitter arguments? Why is this information important? You've probably heard the saying, monkey see, monkey do. Well, humans aren't far behind. As kids, we learn just about everything from modeling. Although most of us would hate to admit it, there's more than a grain of truth in the old saying, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. This reminds me of the story about a woman who prepares a ham for dinner by cutting off both ends. Her bewildered husband asks why she cuts off the ends. She replies, "That's how my mom cooked it." Well, it just so happened that her mom was coming for dinner that night. So they asked her why she cut off the ends of the ham. Mom replies, "That's how my mom cooked it." So they decide to call Grandma on the phone and ask why she cut off the ends of the ham. Her answer? Because my pan was too small. The point is that, generally speaking, we tend to be identical to one or a combination of our parents in the arena of money. For example, my dad was an entrepreneur. He was in the home building business. He built anywhere from 12 to 100 homes per project. Each project took a huge amount of capital investment. My dad would have to put up everything we had and borrow heavily from the bank until the homes were sold and the cash came through. Consequently, at the beginning of each project, we had no money and were in debt up to our eyeballs. As you can imagine, during this period, my dad was not in the best of moods, nor was generosity his strong suit. If I asked him for anything that cost even a penny, his standard reply after the usual, "What am I, made of money?" was, "Are you crazy?" Of course, I wouldn't get a dime, but what I would get was that "don't even think of asking again" glare. I'm sure you know the one. The scenario would last for about a year or two until the homes were finally sold. Then we'd be rolling in dough. All of a sudden, my dad was a different person. He'd be happy, kind, and extremely generous. He'd come over and ask me if I needed a few bucks. I felt like giving him his glare back. But I wasn't that stupid, so I just said, "Sure, Dad, thanks," and rolled my eyes. Life was good, until that dreaded day when he'd come home and announce, "I found a good piece of land. We're going to build again." I distinctly remember saying, "Great, Dad, good luck," as my heart sank, knowing the struggle that was about to unfold again. This pattern lasted from the time I could remember, when I was about 6, until the age of 21, when I moved out of my parents' house for good. Then it stopped, or so I thought. At 21 years of age, I finished school and became, you guessed it, a builder. I then went on to several other types of project-based businesses. For some strange reason, I'd make a small fortune, but just a short time later, I'd be broke. I'd get into another business and believe I was on top of the world again, only to hit bottom a year later. This up and down pattern went on for nearly 10 years before I realized that maybe the problem wasn't the type of business I was choosing, the partners I was choosing, the employees I had, the state of the economy, or my decision to take time off and relax when things were going well. I finally recognized that maybe, just maybe, I was unconsciously reliving my dad's up and down income pattern. All I can say is, thank goodness I learned what you're learning in this book and was able to recondition myself out of that yo-yo model and into having a consistently growing income. Today, the urge to change when things are going well, and to sabotage myself in the process, still comes up. But now, there's another file in my mind that observes this feeling and says, "Thank you for sharing. Now let's get refocused and back to work." Another example comes from one of my seminars in Orlando, Florida. As usual, people were filing up to the stage one by one to get an autograph and say hello or thank you or whatever. I'll never forget one older gentleman because he came up sobbing. He could barely catch his breath and kept wiping his tears with his sleeve. I asked him what was wrong. He said, "I'm 63 years old and I've been reading books and going to seminars since they were invented. I've seen every speaker and tried everything they taught. I've tried stocks, real estate, and been in over a dozen different businesses. I went back to university and got an MBA. I've got more knowledge than 10 average men, yet I've never made it financially. I'd always get a good start, but end up empty-handed. And in all those years, I never knew why. I thought I must just be plain old stupid. Until today. Finally, after listening to you and doing the processes, it all makes sense. There's nothing wrong with me. I just had my dad's money blueprint stuck in my head, and that's been my nemesis. My dad went through the heart of the Depression era. Every day he would try getting jobs or selling things and come home empty-handed. I wish I would have understood modeling and money patterns 40 years ago. What a waste of time all that learning and knowledge has been. He began to cry even harder. I replied, "No way is your knowledge a waste of time. It has just been latent, waiting in a mind bank, waiting for the opportunity to come out. Now that you've formulated a success blueprint, everything you've ever learned will become usable and you will skyrocket to success." For most of us, when we hear the truth, we know it. He started to lighten up and began breathing deeply again. Then a big grin came across his face. He gave me the biggest hug and said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Last I heard from him, everything was booming. He has accumulated more wealth in the last 18 months than in the past 18 years combined. I love it. Again, you can have all the knowledge and skills in the world, but if your blueprint isn't set for success, you're financially doomed. We often get seminar participants whose parents were involved in World War II or who lived through the Depression. These people are often in shock when they realize how much of their parents' experiences have influenced their beliefs and habits around money. Some spend like crazy because you could easily lose all your money, so you might as well enjoy it while you can. Others go the opposite route. They hoard their money and save for a rainy day. A word of wisdom. Saving for a rainy day might sound like a good idea, but it can create big problems. One of the principles we teach in another of our courses is the power of intention. If you are saving your money for a rainy day, what are you going to get? Rainy days. Stop doing that. Instead of saving for a rainy day, focus on saving for a joyous day or for the day you win your financial freedom. Then, by virtue of the law of intention, that's exactly what you'll get. Earlier, we said that most of us tend to be identical to one or both parents in the arena of money, but there's also the flip side of the coin. Some of us end up being exactly the opposite of one or both parents. Why would that happen? Do the words anger and rebellion ring a bell? In short, it just depends on how ticked off you were at them. Unfortunately, as little kids, we can't say to our parents, "Mom and Dad, have a seat. I'd like to discuss something with you. I'm not fond of the way you're managing your money, or, for that matter, your lives, and therefore, when I become an adult, I'll be doing things quite differently. I hope you understand. Good night now and pleasant dreams." No. It doesn't go quite that way. Instead, when our buttons are pushed, we generally freak out, and what comes out sounds more like, "I hate you. I'll never be like you. When I grow up, I'm going to be rich. Then I'll get whatever I want, whether you like it or not." Then we run to our bedroom, slam the door, and start pounding our pillow or whatever else is at hand to vent our frustration. Many people who come from poor families become angry and rebellious about it. Often they either go out and get rich or at least have the motivation to do so. But there's one little hiccup, which is actually a big burp. Whether such people get rich or work their buns off trying to become successful, they are not usually happy. Why? Because the root of their wealth or motivation for money is anger and resentment. Consequently, money and anger become linked in their minds, and the more money such individuals have or strive for, the angrier they get. Eventually, the higher self says, "I'm tired of being angry and stressed out. I just want to be peaceful and happy." So they ask the same mind that created the link what to do about this situation. To which their mind answers, "If you want to get rid of your anger, you're going to have to get rid of your money." So they do. They subconsciously get rid of their money. They overspend or make a poor investment decision or get a financially disastrous divorce, or they sabotage their success in some other way. But no matter, because now these folks are happy, right? Wrong. Things are even worse because now they're not just angry, they're broke and angry. They got rid of the wrong thing. They got rid of the money instead of the anger, the fruit instead of the root. Meanwhile, the real issue is, and always was, the anger between them and their parents. And until that anger is resolved, they will never be truly happy or peaceful, regardless of how much money they have or don't have. The reason or motivation you have for making money or creating success is vital. If your motivation for acquiring money or success comes from a non-supportive root such as fear, anger, or the need to prove yourself, your money will never bring you happiness. Why? because you can't solve any of these issues with money. Take fear, for instance. During my seminars, I ask the audience, how many of you would cite fear as your primary motivation for success? Not many people put up their hand. However, then I ask, how many of you would cite security as one of your main motivators for success? Almost everyone puts up his or her hand. But get this, security and fear are both motivated by the same thing. Seeking security comes from insecurity, which is based in fear. So will more money dissolve the fear? You wish. But the answer is absolutely not. Why? Because money is not the root of the problem. Fear is. What's even worse is that fear is not just a problem, it's a habit. Therefore, making more money will only change the kind of fear we have. When we were broke, we were most likely afraid we'd never make it or never have enough. Once we make it, however, our fear usually changes to, what if I lose what I've made? Or everyone's going to want what I have? Or I'm going to get creamed in taxes? In short, until we get to the root of this issue and dissolve the fear, no amount of money will help. Of course, given the choice, most of us would rather worry about having money and losing it than not having it at all, but neither are overly enlightened ways to live. As with those of us driven by fear, many people are motivated to achieve financial success to prove they are good enough. We'll cover this challenge in detail in part 2 of this book, but for now, just realize that no amount of money can ever make you good enough. Money can't make you something you already are. Again, as with fear, the always having to prove yourself issue becomes your habitual way of living. You don't even recognize it's running you. You call yourself a high achiever, a hard driver, determined, and all these traits are fine. The only question is why? What is the root engine that drives all this? For people who are driven to prove they are good enough, no amount of money can ease the pain of that inner wound that makes everything and everyone in their life not enough. No amount of money, or anything else for that matter, will ever be enough for people who feel they are not good enough themselves. Again, it's all about you. Remember, your inner world reflects your outer world. If you believe you are not enough, you will validate that belief and create the reality that you don't have enough. On the other hand, if you believe you are plenty, you will validate that belief and create plenty of abundance. Why? Because plenty will be your root, which will then become your natural way of being. By unlinking your money motivation from anger, fear, and the need to prove yourself, you can install new links for earning your money through purpose, contribution, and joy. That way, you'll never have to get rid of your money to be happy. Being a rebel or the opposite of your parents is not always a problem. To the contrary, if you were a rebel, often the case with second-born children, and your folks had poor money habits, it's probably a good thing that you are their opposite. On the other hand, if your parents were successful and you're rebelling against them, you could be in for serious financial difficulties. Either way, what's important is to recognize how your way of being relates to one or both of your parents in the arena of money. Steps for change. Modeling. Awareness. Consider the ways of being and habits each of your parents had around money and wealth. Write down how you may be identical or opposite to either of them. Understanding. Write down the effect this modeling has had on your financial life. Disassociation. Can you see this way of being as only what you learned and isn't you? Can you see you have a choice in the present moment to be different? Declaration. Place your hand over your heart and say, "What I modeled around money was their way. I choose my way." Touch your head and say, "I have a millionaire mind." The third influence, specific incidents. The third primary way in which we are conditioned is by specific incidents. What did you experience when you were young around money, wealth, and rich people? These experiences are extremely important because they shape the beliefs, or rather the illusions, you now live by. Let me give you an example. A woman who was an operating room nurse attended the Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar. Josie had an excellent income, but somehow she always spent all of her money. When we dug a little deeper, she revealed that when she was 11 years old, she remembers being at a Chinese restaurant with her parents and her sister. Her mom and dad were having yet another bitter argument about money. Her dad was standing up, screaming and slamming his fist on the table. She remembers him turning red, then blue, then falling to the floor from a heart attack. She was on the swim team at school and had CPR training, which she administered, but to no avail. Her father died in her arms. And so, from that day forth, Josie's mind linked money with pain. It's no wonder, then, that as an adult, she subconsciously got rid of all her money in an effort to get rid of her pain. It's also interesting to note that she became a nurse. Why? Is it possible that she was still trying to save her dad? At the course, we helped Josie identify her old money blueprint and revise it. Today, she's well on her way to becoming financially free. She's also not a nurse anymore. Not that she didn't enjoy her job. It's just that she was in the nursing profession for the wrong reason. She's now a financial planner, still helping people, but this time one-on-one, to understand how their past programming runs every aspect of their financial lives. Let me give you another example of a specific incident, one that's closer to home. When my wife was 8 years old, she would hear the clanging bells of the ice cream truck coming down the street. She would run to her mom and ask for a quarter. Her mom would reply, "Sorry, dear, I don't have any money. Go ask Dad. Dad's got all the money." My wife would then go ask her dad. He'd give her a quarter. She'd go get her ice cream cone, and she was a happy camper. Week after week, the same incident would repeat itself. So what did my wife learn about money? First, that men have all the money. So once we got married, what do you think she expected from me? That's right, money. And I'll tell you what, she wasn't asking for quarters anymore. Somehow she'd graduated. Second, she'd learned that women don't have money. If her mom, the deity, didn't have money, obviously this was the way she should be. To validate that way of being, she would subconsciously get rid of all her money. She was quite precise about it, too. If you gave her $100, she'd spend $100. If you gave her $200, she'd spend $200. If you gave her $500, she'd spend $500. And if you gave her $1,000, she'd spend $1,000. Then she took one of my courses and learned all about the art of leverage. I gave her $2,000. She spent $10,000. I tried to explain, no, honey, leverage means we're the ones who are supposed to get the $10,000, not spend it. Somehow it just wasn't sinking in. The only thing we ever fought about was money. It almost cost us our marriage. What we didn't know at the time was that the meanings each of us attributed to money were radically different. To my wife, money meant immediate pleasure, as in enjoying her ice cream. I, on the other hand, grew up with the belief that money was meant to be accumulated as the means to create freedom. As far as I was concerned, whenever my wife spent money, she wasn't spending money, she was spending our future freedom. And as far as she was concerned, whenever I held her back from spending, I was taking away her pleasure in life. Thank goodness we learned how to revise each of our money blueprints and, more importantly, create a third money blueprint specifically for the relationship. Does all this work? Let me put it this way. I've witnessed 3 miracles in my life. 1, the birth of my daughter. 2, the birth of my son. 3, my wife and I not fighting about money anymore. Statistics show that the #1 cause of all relationship breakups is money. The biggest reason behind the fights people have about money is not the money itself, but the mismatch of their blueprints. It doesn't matter how much money you have or don't have. If your blueprint doesn't match that of the person you're dealing with, you'll have a major challenge. This goes for married couples, dating couples, family relationships, and even business associates. The key is to comprehend that you are dealing with blueprints, not money. Once you recognize a person's money blueprint, you can deal with your partner in a way that works for both of you. You can begin by becoming aware that your partner's money files are probably not the same as yours. Instead of getting upset, choose understanding. Do your best to find out what's important to your partner in the arena of money and identify his or her motivations and fears. In this way, you'll be dealing with the roots instead of the fruits and have a good shot of making it work. Otherwise, no way, Jose. One of the most important things you will learn, should you decide to attend the Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar, is how to recognize your partner's money blueprint, as well as how to create a brand new blueprint between both of you that helps you as partners get what you really want. It is truly a blessing to be able to do this, as it alleviates one of the biggest causes of pain for most people. Steps for change. Specific incidents. Here's an exercise you can do with your partner. Sit down and discuss the history each of you brings to your thoughts about money. What you heard when you were young, what was modeled in your family, and any emotional incidents that occurred. Also, find out what money really means to your partner. Is it pleasure, or freedom, or security, or status? This will assist you in identifying each other's current money blueprint and may help you discover why you might be disagreeing in this area. Next, discuss what you want today, not as individuals, but as a partnership. Decide and agree upon your general goals and attitudes with regard to money and success. Then create a list of these attitudes and actions you both agree to live by and write them down. Post them on the wall, and if ever there's an issue, gently, very gently, remind each other what you decided together when you were both objective, unemotional, and outside the grip of your old money blueprints. Awareness. Consider a specific emotional incident you experienced around money when you were young. Understanding. Write down how this incident may have affected your current financial life. Disassociation. Can you see this way of being is only what you learned and isn't you? Can you see you have a choice in the present moment to be different? Declaration. Place your hand on your heart and say, I release my non-supportive money experiences from the past and create a new and rich future. Touch your head and say, I have a millionaire mind. Success story from Deborah Chamitoff. From Deborah Chamitoff to T. Harv Eker. Subject, financially free. Harv, today I have 18 sources of passive income and I no longer need a job. Yes, I am rich, but more importantly, my life is enriched, joyful, and abundant. But it wasn't always this way. Money used to be a burden to me. I trusted strangers to manage my financial affairs just so I wouldn't have to deal with it. I lost almost everything during the last stock market crash, and I didn't even realize it until it was too late. Most importantly, I lost my self-respect. Paralyzed with fear, shame, and hopelessness, I withdrew from everyone and everything around me. I continued to punish myself right up until I was dragged to the millionaire mind. During that transformational weekend, I reclaimed my power and resolved to take control of my own financial destiny. I embraced the declarations of wealth and forgave myself for past mistakes, truly believing that I deserved to be wealthy. And now, I'm actually having fun managing my own money. I am financially free and know I always will be because I have a millionaire mind. Thank you, Harv. Thank you. So what is your money blueprint set for? Now it's time to answer the million-dollar question. What is your current money and success blueprint? And what results is it subconsciously moving you toward? Are you set for success, mediocrity, or financial failure? Are you programmed for struggle or for ease around money? Are you set for working hard for your money or working in balance? Are you conditioned for having a consistent income or an inconsistent income? You know the scoop. First you have it, then you don't. Then you have it, then you don't. It always appears as though the reason for these drastic fluctuations comes from the outside world. For instance, I got a great paying job, but then the company folded. Then I started my own business and things were booming, but the market dried up. My next business was doing super, but then my partner left, etc. Don't be fooled. This is your blueprint at work. Are you set for having a high income, a moderate income, or a low income? Did you know there are actual dollar amounts for which many of us are programmed? Are you set for earning $20,000 to $30,000 a year? $40,000 to $60,000? $75,000 to $100,000? $150,000 to $200,000? $250,000 a year or more? A few years ago, I had an unusually well-dressed gentleman in the audience during one of my 2-hour evening seminars. When the seminar was complete, he came over and asked if I thought the 3-day Millionaire Mind course could do anything for him, considering he was already earning $500,000 a year. I asked him how long he'd earned that kind of money. He responded, consistently for about 7 years now. That was all I needed to hear. I asked him why he wasn't earning $2 million a year. I told him that the program was for people who wanted to reach their full financial potential, and asked him to consider why he was stuck at $500,000. He decided to come to the program. I got an email from him a year later that said, "The program was incredible, but I made a mistake."
Mike! Welcome back mga boss. Hello, hello. Na-hit yung first TP natin. Na-hit tayo mga Lodi Coins. Okay. Shoutout muna mga bossing. Shoutout kay Boss Madi Katigbak. Official. Si Madi Katigbak, naalala nyo ba siya? Okay. Ayan, sino ba yung nandito mga boss? Si How to TV lang. Si Madam Rian. Okay. Ang nakita ko rin sa kanina si Juliang Playground. Alright. Hello po sa inyo mga Lodi Coins. Kamusta sa atin? Anong ating ginagawa dyan? Okay. Ayan. So yun na nga, na-hit yung aking first PSL. Naglagay kasi ako above here. Ayan. For security, no? GG tayo dyan mga boss. GG. Anyway, sabi nga wala namang naghihirap sa nagtitipi. Okay, 75% lang naman ating pinatakbo. Ating tinipi. 75% lang naman. Kaya okay lang. Okay. Uy, umangat na naman pala si Lever. Nako, sakit nito mga boss. Huwag nyo ba sa age short to mga Lodi Coins? Huwag na huwag. Manginig kayo. Sino isa sana? Si IMX, ano na ba nangyari? Si IMX, ang plan natin sana rito is to let me see. 1 hour. Long. Okay. Ay, ba yan? So, let's imagine. So, ngayon pa lang mangyari, oh. So, yun, nakapasok na tayo dapat dito. Long and then cut. So, may, ayun yun, oh. Sumilip, eh, oh. Kita nyo ba? Ayun. Kaya lang, talagang, no? Sundot na sundot. Okay, let's say we enter from here, on this area. Eto. Kung di man ito, kahit dito, yan. Yan. Okay, so yan ang ating entry point. So, yung ating entry level, no? Entry. Okay na yan. Sige. Ngayon, kung magtuloy, goods. Kung hindi, edi Kalas. Baklas. Okay, so ang plan is to cut somewhere here. I think this is negative or 2%. Medyo malaki talagang ganun. 1 hour kasi tayo nagbe-base, no? Let's see. Okay lang, sige. Apply natin yung mga inaral. 2.5 tayo dyan. Negative 2.5 dapat ang ating cut loss dyan. Malaki-laki ito mga boss. So ito ang first TP. Okay, goods na rin yan. Okay, let's see. Si RLC naman ang plan is to short, no? Ang plan dito is to short pag nag-enter siya rito. Ito. Asan ba siya? Ayun, so kailangan nakapag-enter na tayo rito ng short. Oops. Ito, kailangan somewhere, baka dito, dyan tayo ma-enter yan. Ito ang ating area. Areas of responsibility. Itong part na to, yan. Okay? So let's imagine na nag-short tayo dyan. Okay, itong area na to. Breakdown kasi, no? And then, cut loss tayo somewhere. Maybe here. Tignan ko. Ayun na nga yung cut loss natin. Ba't parang alanganin na, no? Ano ba to? 4R? So 1R, let's see. Alanganin pa rin, Ito muna ilagay. Laki, no? 2 point yan. Sige, hanggang dito cut loss natin. Layo pala. Ayoko. Masyadong Dito lang tayo. Yan, yung technical cut natin to. Around negative 2 yan. Something yan. Okay. Sa part na yan. Okay. So, meaning pag short entry, no? So, pagka umangat, bumomba, then cut tayo rito. Ganun lang, no? Then TP tayo somewhere here. TP1, ito. Then TP2, ito. Okay, so that's the plan. Let's see, Baba G. Okay. Sige. Balikan ko ulit kayo, mga bossing. Sa 16 point something, 17 na yata ito. So, hindi natin kailangan na abangan yung 16.00000. Alam nyo, no? 16.0123 exact number or exact price para ma-identify yung breakout level. So hindi tayo ganun tumitingin ng mga breakout level, ha. So pakitanda po yan, mga bossing. Okay, it should be an area or zone. Okay, goods pa tayo ito, mga Lodi Coins. So it should be an area or zone. So ayaw natin ng mga exactong price pagdating sa mga breakouts or mga resistance or mga resistance. Price. So example dito makikita natin na nagkaroon ng breakouts sa 16 point something or maybe around 17 na yata ito. So hindi natin kailangan na abangan yung 16.0000. Alam niyo no, kaya 16.012. Abangan yung 16.000. Alam niyo no, kaya 16.012. Alam 16.0 kaya 16.0123 exact number. Kaya 16.0123 exact number or exact price para ma-identify yung breakout level. So hindi tayo ganun tumitingin. So hindi tayo ganun tumitingin ng mga breakout level, ha. So pakitandaan po. So pakitandaan po yan mga bossing, okay? It should be an breakout level, ha. It should be an area or zone. An area or zone. Okay. Area or zone. Okay, goods ba tayo ito mga Lodi Guys? So it should be an area or zone. So ayaw natin ng mga exact or zone. Ayaw natin ng mga eksaktong price pagdating sa mga breakouts. Price pagdating sa mga breakouts or mga resistance, sa mga resistance na yan, ano? Mga resistance sa mga resistance sa mga pagdating sa mga eksaktong price sa mga resistance. Ayaw natin ng mga eksaktong price sa mga resistance. Okay, so for this, we can say na ang ating breakout area is around 16 point. Around say na ang ating breakout area is around 16 points.
The only reason Blueprint to earn $2 million a year, as we discussed. I'm already there. So I'm attending the course again to reset it for earning $10 million a year. The point I want to make is that the actual amounts don't matter. What matters is whether you are reaching your full financial potential. I know many of you might be asking why on earth would anyone need that kind of money. First, the very question is not overly supportive to your wealth and is a sure sign you'll want to revise your money blueprint. Second, the main reason this gentleman wanted to earn massive amounts of money was to support his work as a huge donor to a charity that assists AIDS victims in Africa. So much for the belief that rich people are greedy. Let's go on. Are you programmed for saving money or for spending money? Are you programmed for managing your money well or mismanaging it? Are you set for picking winning investments or picking losers? You might wonder, how could whether or not I make money in the stock market or in real estate be part of my blueprint? Simple. Who picks the stock or the property? You do. Who picks when you buy it? You do. Who picks when you sell it? You do. I guess you've got something to do with the equation. I have an acquaintance in San Diego named Larry. Larry is a magnet when it comes to making money. He definitely has a high-income blueprint.
Ang tawag po dito ay si Huawei Mate 50 Pro. Ito po yung pinaka-innovative phone in 2022 in terms of design, in terms of display, in terms of the camera.
The Huawei Mate 50 Pro sets a new industry benchmark for mobile photography It opens the door to a new era where the gap between smartphones and full-fledged cameras is quickly closing.
The Huawei Mate 50 Pro is the first ever and the world's first to be able to support the Kundun glass na drop-resistant front glass. And what I like dito sa vegan leather niya is ang sarap na hawakan. This one, ang sarap na grip niya, and definitely okay na for me.
So that's about it for the Huawei Mate 50 Pro. Easily the best imaging setup we've seen on a smartphone so far, thanks to its unrivaled versatility and accurate image processing. And it does make a huge difference with portrait and low light photography.
Find your center. Find where you can let yourself breathe and live better. Find where your dreams intersect with your future. Find where you can freely enjoy being yourself and choose to be with those you love. Find the place where you can build a beautiful tomorrow, while creating precious memories with the ones you cherish. Find where you come home to enjoy the rewards of your hard work and share them with the people you love. Find yourself living close to the exciting new growth centers at the heart of Centro. So find amenities to enjoy and make memories with your loved ones. Here, you can find what truly matters. Find your center at Ahoya.
But he has the kiss of death when it comes to investing his money. Whatever he buys drops like a rock. Would you believe his dad had the exact same problem? Duh. I keep in close touch with Larry so I can ask him for investment advice. It is always perfect. Perfectly wrong. Whatever Larry suggests, I go the other way. I love Larry. On the other hand, notice how many other people seem to have what we termed earlier the Midas touch. Everything they get involved with turns to gold. Both the Midas touch and the kiss of death syndromes are nothing more than the manifestations of money blueprints. Once again, your money blueprint will determine your financial life and even your personal life. If you are a woman whose money blueprint is set for low, chances are you will attract a man who is also set for low so you can stay in your financial comfort zone and validate your blueprint. If you are a man who is set for low, chances are you will attract a woman who is a spender and gets rid of all your money so you can stay in your financial comfort zone and validate your blueprint. Most people believe the success of their business is primarily dependent on their business skills and knowledge, or at least their timing of the marketplace. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but that's la-la land, which is another way of saying not a chance. How well your business does is a result of your money blueprint. You will always validate your blueprint. If you have a blueprint that is set for earning $100,000 a year, that's exactly how well the business will do, enough to earn you about $100,000 a year. If you are a salesperson and your blueprint is set for earning $50,000 a year, and somehow you make a huge sale that makes you $90,000 that year, either the sale will cancel, or if you do end up with the $90,000, get ready for a crummy year to follow to make up for it and bring you back to the level of your financial blueprint. On the other hand, if you're set for earning $50,000 and you've been in a slump for a couple of years, don't worry, you'll get it all back. You have to. It's the subconscious law of the mind and money. Someone in this position would probably walk across the street, get hit by a bus, and end up with exactly $50,000 a year in insurance. It's simple. One way or another, if you're set for $50,000 a year, eventually that's what you'll get. So again, how can you tell what your money blueprint is set for? One of the most obvious ways is to look at your results. Look at your bank account. Look at your income. Look at your net worth. Look at your success with investments. Look at your business success. Look at whether you're a spender or a saver. Look at whether you manage money well. Look at how consistent or inconsistent you are. Look at how hard you work for your money. Look at your relationships that involve money. Is money a struggle, or does it come to you easily? Do you own a business, or do you have a job? Do you stick with one business or job for a long time, or do you jump around a lot? Your blueprint is like a thermostat. If the temperature in the room is 72 degrees, chances are good that the thermostat is set for 72 degrees. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Is it possible that because the window is open and it is cold outside, the temperature in the room can drop to 65 degrees? Of course. But what will eventually happen? The thermostat will kick in and bring the temperature back to 72. Also, is it possible that because the window is open and it's hot outside, the temperature in the room can go up to 77 degrees? Sure, it could. But what will eventually happen? The thermostat will kick in and bring the temperature back to 72. The only way to permanently change the temperature in the room is to reset the thermostat. In the same way, the only way to change your level of financial success permanently is to reset your financial thermostat, otherwise known as your money blueprint. You can try anything and everything else you want. You can develop your knowledge in business, in marketing, in sales, in negotiations, and in management. You can become an expert in real estate or the stock market. All of these are tremendous tools, but in the end, without an inner toolbox that is big enough and strong enough for you to create and hold on to large amounts of money, all the tools in the world will be useless to you. Once again, it's simple arithmetic. Your income can grow only to the extent that you do. Fortunately or unfortunately, your personal money and success blueprint will tend to stay with you for the rest of your life, unless you identify and change it. And that is exactly what we will continue to do in part 2 of this book and do even further with you at the Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar. Remember that the first element of all change is awareness. Watch yourself, become conscious, observe your thoughts, your fears, your beliefs, your habits, your actions, and even your inactions. Put yourself under a microscope. Study yourself. Most of us believe that we live our lives based on choice. Not usually.
Hi, everyone. So sorry for the delay. We have had a few technical difficulties given that I am the only one who's actually live here on site, and I am joined by 3 panelists from quite literally all over the world. So for today's session, I will introduce myself. I'm Marissa True. I am the podcast host of TES Talks Radio, which is the global ecosystem podcast for the Tezos ecosystem. And then I'm joined by Clara Pei, who is based out in Singapore, Linda Dunia, who I believe is still within the States at the moment, and Pixelful, who's joining us from Brazil. And hopefully a little later on, we will have Anthony Azekwo, who is currently based in Nigeria, and will join us in just a bit. So first of all, welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for taking the time to dial in at the most extreme time zones imaginable. Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. So today's topic is on-chain geography, putting blockchain art on the map. And the entire premise of this conversation is to shine a little bit of light onto the different NFT art ecosystems and communities that are emerging around the world, because not everyone can come to a place like Art Basel Miami Beach. And so we want to make sure that everyone has a voice to share what the culture of these communities is like, how they're growing, and sort of where they're like how what path is unfolding before them. So to start off, I'd like each of you to introduce yourselves in a bit more detail and what you do. Clara, perhaps we can start with you.
Sure. Thank you for the introduction and for having me. Yeah, my name is Clara. I work as a curator. I sort of work in both trad art and more digital art or NFT focused kind of ecosystems. But I also am the founder of NFT Asia. So I think we're one of the largest sort of digital native artist collectives and really focus on thinking about digital collectivism, focused for Asian and Asia-based artists. So about like 4 a.m. where I am right now. So I apologize if I'm a little incoherent throughout this conversation. Really trying to be here and represent. But yeah, so I think the NFT Asia started in March 2021. The premise was very simple. We were just thinking about how I was writing this piece on Southeast Asian artists, and I found a couple of friends who were dabbling in Web3, thinking about blockchain, but the conversations were all very isolated, and everyone just felt overwhelmed by the space, the feeling that a lot of the conversations or learnings were concentrated maybe in the US or a little bit of Europe, but so much of actually, what has to do with being onboarded into the space is jurisdiction specific or is geographically specific. And even within Southeast Asia, the conditions in Singapore looks very different to say like someone in Indonesia or the Philippines. The kinds of access to infrastructure we can have is also very different. So the idea was simple, was just to create a sort of like group chat or server in which everyone could feel welcomed from like the wider Asian continent, and to share in conversations and learnings about the space. So we really just started from there, and I'm sure we'll get into it a little further on later in this panel.
I think that's a perfect framework to introduce a lot of the topic areas that we're going to cover today. But before we get to those, Linda, would you like to introduce a bit more about what you do?
Yes, absolutely. So I am an artist and curator. So my practice is focuses on the conversation between like digital and physical mediums. I typically train my own AI models using some of my physical pieces. And it's been a couple of years of doing that and sort of kind of using AI as an archival tool, as well as a sort of an extension of my another brush into my palette. So I'm also the founder of Cyberbot, which is a collective of African artists in Web3. And we started in the fall of 2021. And we've essentially kind of very similar to NFT Asia, been doing, exhibitions to showcase more art from throughout the continent, but also sort of bust some myths around what African art might be or is allowed to be. So exhibition, group shows, conversations, sort of anything to get the collective to, sort of exchange, but also kind of show up as one in Web3, which we found to be our biggest sort of strength. So yeah, that's about me.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Pixel4.
Hello, thank you for having me. Happy to be here among artists that I admire so much. Well, I'm Pixel4. I'm an artist that sometimes also collects art from other artists. I am from São Paulo, Brazil, South America, and yeah, my work is done basically with code. So I'm a generative artist. I've been doing this for quite some time now, but with NFTs, everything started at the beginning of last year, specifically on Hiket Nunk, which was a platform that used Tezos as well. And I also I'm the founder of a very small crypto fund that aims to collect art from people from Brazil that have been minting works on the blockchain.
Thank you very much. So it seems to be that there is a common thread between all of you, which is that you've kind of stumbled across or banded together communities that are driven not only on educating people about art within the blockchain space, but also making sure that your voices are represented in the rooms that people consider to matter. And so in that, I think you each have a fairly big exercise on your hands. But before we get into that, Pixelful, I want to stay with you. You mentioned Hic et Nunc, which is sort of the original art marketplace that springed up on Tezos. Can you talk to me about the culture there and how that's translated into the Brazilian blockchain-based artist NFT scene?
I was quite familiar with the blockchain since 2016, but somehow I had not listened anything about NFTs. And when some of the big news started to pop with big sales, I started to get more interested at the subject. I was working with this curator for 2 years, trying to understand how to place my work in the traditional art world, in which galleries, institutions I could have my work. But it was really difficult for me to imagine, as someone living so far from the north, where most of the things happen in the digital art world, like most of the digital art galleries or institutions that really take digital art seriously or have been doing in the past years. So eventually in March, I started to hear friends talking about Hic et Nunc. And then I started to look for it. I then opened the Discord and saw a bunch of people speaking Portuguese that were interested at the same subject. So it felt quite welcoming to be part of it, and it felt like something new, blooming. Then I think I just felt like I had to test as well and see how it worked. And luckily, it's been a very interesting ride.
Wonderful. And Clara, similar question to you. What was the point at which you realized that there was this emerging NFT community within Asia that you sort of wanted to band together and make sure were represented?
Yeah, it was, I guess, around the same time, really, around February or March 2021. So I was asked to write a piece about Southeast Asian artists sort of interacting with blockchain or were minting NFTs. And that's when I was actively looking out for artists. And at the time, it felt like there were very few people around me, around kind of like my networks in Southeast Asia that were really actively at least talking about NFTs. I remember DMing a random artist whom I remember like posted about Bitcoin like months ago and going like, I think you posted something about Bitcoin. Like, do you also happen to do NFTs? And it just so happened he did. And then he connected me to another photographer. And it was sort of like through these conversations that we realized, oh, like, you know, there's a handful of us. Like, I think there's something going on here. But it was also when I started speaking to Siobhan Wong, who was already actively sort of like, she had jumped in actually about a month ago. And she was already seeing that so many of the conversations were just not sort of talking about like worlds or context outside of the existing kind of loci at that time. And, you know, I think that was also a time when like Clubhouse was very big and a lot of these conversations or Clubhouse rooms were like hosted at like, well, 3 a.m., you know, in Singapore time or something like that. So there was just this feeling that, oh, it was just not really close to us. So we had a conversation about how I had created this server with some of the artists I had interviewed. And Siobhan was like, well, you know, I think a lot of other people would like resonate with what we're going for here. So I was like, okay, maybe let's just open it up to everybody. What should we name it? You know what? NFT Asia, so they know exactly what we're going for. And yeah, it was really just as simple as that. And as soon as we sort of opened it up, things grew very, very quickly. And then we started to realize, oh, like there's a real ecosystem here that we could really think about supporting and cultivating and growing. I think on top of just the fact that, you know, it's like feeling as though you're sort of isolated, similarly to what Pixelful is talking about from what a lot of activities happening. There's also, you know, huge like language barriers, right? Like, and in Southeast Asia, all the different countries have different languages. And, you know, we found, for example, there's lots of really great Thai artists, but maybe they're not going to be the people who are the first to jump in on like a Clubhouse room and like pitch about themselves, which is also something that a lot of artists had to do at that time. Or, you know, maybe they're not going to feel super comfortable sort of like advertising themselves on Twitter in the same way someone an English native speaker would. And that was sort of the second layer of things. But the third layer was also realizing that, and think this would be similar to everyone else's experience, that there are a lot of artists coming into the space who are identifying as artists for the first time. So there's also a lot of bridging in terms of like, okay, now I have to write my artist bio, or now I have to write an artwork description, and it's going to be minted. So how am I going to even approach that exercise when, like, you know, there haven't really been strong support systems for digital artists. So I don't know a curator. I don't know someone who could support me. So coincidentally, within our original founding team, like myself, I work as a curator. Some of my other founding team members are also like artists who have dealings or like experiences in the traditional ecosystem. And we realized it was also things like this, where if we could share resources or skills laterally within the Discord itself, whether it's like, oh, I happen to write, I could do a session on how to write artist bios. Someone else, you know, is really great at pitching. They could do a session on how to pitch effectively. Stuff like that. I think that was the point in which we actually started to think about this as a community that we could grow and foster and take more seriously, on top of just being like a safe space for artists to hang out. And then from there, we started to think of exhibitions and so on. Yeah.
So it sounds like it wasn't just the banding together of so many different smaller fragmented communities, and I guess they were kind of micro communities at that scale, but it was also giving them the education and the tools so that they could eventually qualify themselves to be represented in like the bigger rooms or the more established rooms. Because I think you're completely right. It's a theme that we're seeing consistently throughout, is that many of these blockchain-based artists are only just coming to acknowledge themselves as legitimate artists for the first time, even if the rest of us would assume that as naturally so. If they don't believe it, it potentially cuts them out of the right conversations. And Linda, you were mentioning earlier that you were doing similar for African art, and also ensuring that people are coming to understand what African art can be and what people have tried to define it as and the barriers that it's breaking out of. So what does that community look like for you? You're on mute, if I can just ask you to. Classic Zoom mistake.
Sorry, that was my baby in the background, so I keep muted between takes. But yeah, so I think one of the biggest tragedies like African artists are faced with is the sort of the box that, you know, African art exists in. When we talk about contemporary African art specifically, it's sort of a mishmash of all kinds of medium, all kinds of movements, all kinds of contexts, all kinds of countries. And the continent is, I mean, it's huge. It's 54 countries, like thousands of languages, thousands of different ways of expressing culture and tradition and modernity and sort of our relationship to it. And so to me, it's sort of the NFT space was the first opportunity to see the largest uncurated collection of African artists and African, you know, who sometimes have nothing in common other than the fact that they live on the continent. And sometimes they're even from the diaspora. And so sometimes there are threads that connect some of the work. Sometimes the works are also totally different from what we see in the contemporary art scene in the traditional space. And So I think it was, for me, when I came into this space, refreshing to see the diversity and the vibrancy. And it was important to sort of like acknowledge that the way the NFT space works is definitely in collectives, right? Whether we're talking global north or global south, if you're not part of a kind of a network or a tight-knit community that amplifies each other's voices and help, you know, sort of, you know, whether it's like collective collecting or collective sort of showcasing the sort of the importance of being together is much more felt here than say in the traditional art space where you have your agent, you have your, you know, your gallerist, etc. Here it's definitely you have your friends and you guys come up with stuff to do together, and that's sort of how you start to make noise. And so for me with Cyberbot, it's a curated community, so we're not sort of like open to all. We take in cohorts, and we grow very slowly to our means. But essentially the brief is to shatter some of these barriers that exist in the traditional art space, because we have this opportunity for the first time to be ourselves and in an unlimited way.
I'd like to take the opportunity. I want to ask the tech team. I believe Anthony was just pending. I'm wondering if his request is still there and we can let him into the room.
Oh, no, hello, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Ah, okay. So we can't see your video. But, well, welcome. But I think we should start off with an introduction for you as well. Can you please give us a little idea of the kind, because I know that you're a Nigeria-based artist. Can you tell us about your backstory and how you've entered this NFT space?
Well, hello, everyone. I'm so sorry again for being late, you know, just the Wi-Fi connectivity issues. But yes, my name is Anthony Azeku. I'm a digital artist and author based in Lagos, Nigeria. I've been working digitally from writing to painting for, you know, in a month, it's going to be 10 years. So it's something that's very exciting and true to me. I started just, you know, from my room with like, you know, my laptop, and it's something that has been really a blessing to watch blossom here. But yeah.
Excellent. Is there any chance that you can turn on your webcam, or is that going to hinder your connectivity?
Oh yeah, my video is on. It's not, that's strange. Can you see me now?
I can see Anthony.
Oh yeah, great. Oh.
I can see him too.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's not translating onto our screen. There we go. Hurrah. Okay. It's always the beauty of being the only person on stage, and navigating a Zoom environment is always going to be a conflict. So thank you to the audience and to the panelists for bearing with. So I think the thread that's been common throughout this conversation is that there's been little seedlings of communities around the world. They're all banding together because they're all collectively embracing this new technology and understanding its power to, I guess, elevate their work in the artistic fields. But I think the other question that arises as this momentum builds is the ways in which your respective cultures are represented and mapped onto these digital environments. Is this a challenge that you guys have pondered in recent times as you've given the tools to, you know, as I said, qualify themselves into speaking into the right rooms, into the right people on an institutional level? How are we making sure that culture is also being represented without, as Linda, as you put it, kind of being boxed into the stereotypes that people may expect? I'll open that question up to all of you, so whoever would like to speak, please do.
Oh yeah, I think, you know, it's something that I could go first in, where, you know, with African art in the beginning, let's say 50, 60 years ago, because of course the opportunities to actually be global were limited to only a few artists, there was a kind of look and feel of what people thought African art was and could be, just by default, because it's like, these are the only people we're seeing. And, you know, as time goes on, you know, let's say from Nigeria especially, you had great artists like Benny Wonwu, Yusuf Grillo. You know, these are people that people could identify with and what you would see African art as. Now with this new digital age, what's been interesting is by the mere virtue of people being able to enter en masse, it's actually just increased definition of African art. Because for us, even as artists, we questioned ourselves. We were like, well, is this African art really? Like, it's not looking like what people say it is. Like, are we in the right place? And that's just the beauty, I think, of this whole next step, where it's like, suddenly you're finding more and more people kind of taking up the field, taking up the medium, and being able to give African arts their own spin, their own form of expression. And I think that has really been the great decider. So I feel like, yeah, in terms of culture, just because of the variety of people that have been coming in, there's been a greater variety of art. I think some of the greatest we've seen in African history in what we can consider what art is.
I think that's beautifully put, because I think the thing that people often forget when it comes to NFT art as a space is it's very much a grassroots movement. It's very much enabling artists to start from the bottom up, and that conversation I don't think flowed that way in the traditional art world for a very long time. And Pixelful, I want to bring you back into this conversation because, again, you mentioned Hic et Nunc, which was the first big major art marketplace on Tezos. And that grassroots movement was very much embodied in that. So as that picked up momentum, how did it affect the way your work was received as a Brazilian artist?
Yeah, I think the fact that it was an open platform was really important. As most people must imagine, my real name is not Pixelful. It's something that I came up with. And it's a project that I started from scratch. So last year in April was when I minted the very first work under the pseudonym. And I believe that if I had to rely only on closed or curated platforms, which I recognize the value of, I think curators can bring a lot of perspective, context, and things that are important to the narrative of the art world. But I think to have both places where you can curate the works, but also having something open is really important. It was what made possible for my work to grab some attention. And I think that also the fact that it was a global community, and the fact that I was selling my work for big editions and for small prices, and not having huge gas fees all make a lot of difference in the way that the work could spread. If it was not for that, maybe the reach of my work would be way smaller. So I think it was really beneficial to have this platform that was open, that was reliable, that was cheap for not only for maybe countries that have strong economies and strong currencies, but also places where every dollar makes a difference. I think that if I started selling my work for one test, which is really a cheap price if you compare it. Probably it's cheaper than most, I don't know, prints that you find in the US at any place that you go to buy art. So I think it was fundamental for the work to gain the audience that it gained.
And Clara, from the curatorial side of things, you know, looking at all of these artists begin to emerge, how did you come to identify who the up-and-comers were, and how did you apply, you know, a new curatorial process to a field that has very much been undefined and unregulated?
Yeah, that's a fun question. I think I've actually been thinking about this a lot, and I think as a curator, in terms of how I approach maybe thinking about a work, imagining possible display methods, or like the kind of contextualization and research around a work that I want to be able to do, especially in cases where I have a production budget, is the same as how I would like to approach any other work as I would in my trade art job. I think that's really important to consider, because we have a lot of questions about how NFTs might have revolutionized or changed curation. But I think when it comes to the one-on-one, I'm just working with this one artist and thinking about this one work in front of me, I want to give it the same attention. And when we think about, let's say, decentralized curation, or maybe more community-based curation, within NFT Asia, that's something we often talk about. How do we balance openness and wanting to make sure that people have different opportunities, even if they may be coming in at different stages of like their Twitter account following or their price wars, and you know, people whose work maybe is more familiar with the wider community. I think that's a very delicate balance that like every kind of community-based organizer has to strike, because you also want to make sure that you're constantly, you know, actively thinking about who are the other artists who are sort of like earlier in their NFT journey that I can also help to amplify alongside sort of artists whose work are just, you know, out there and great, and I want to make sure there are eyes on. And I think a lot of times as kind of community-based curatorial initiatives, it's also about creating opportunities when there are none, if there's like feasible for you to do so. Because there are just times when you see that with a lot of the sort of like big NFT events happening around different cities, what the networks tend to coalesce around where their cities are based. And while very few of those events have actually focused on, for example, or taken place within the Asian continent. And even then, right, like it's massive. So a lot of times it's like, how could we possibly leverage like the collective network or the kind of collective platform that NFT Asia has been able to build, and think about creating a showcase or partnering with someone else that has a similar or even larger platform, where we could also showcase works from artists that maybe wouldn't have had the opportunity to otherwise. So it's just that, you know, I think going back to what Linda was talking about, very much thinking of how can you utilize collectivity to open up access for individuals with a certain kind of mindfulness and intentionality. Yeah.
I think it was community-based curatorial initiatives that I was trying to, it was a phrase I was trying to remember because I think it perfectly encapsulates many of the efforts that are being made within this blockchain-based art ecosystems in terms of trying to wrap our heads around the artists and the creators that these communities truly value and why. And Linda and Anthony, I want to bring the focus back to, you know, Africa-based artists or African-styled artists and how that applies in those arenas. So Anthony, for you, it's kind of how have you come to immerse yourself within, you know, these creative and artistic environments and the artists that you encounter and interact with? And Linda, how does this impact, you know, this project that you're building and making sure that you are including all the necessary representative voices that should be there in order for this endeavor to truly work? So Anthony, why don't we start with you?
Oh yeah, I think, you know, in Nigeria, for instance, something that was very cool with Nifty Gateway, we became Nifty Gateway publishers by studios. And you know what? One thing I did was the first drop was filled with some of the biggest digital artists in Nigeria who, you know, we had known them. Like when I was young, a child, like these are people who had worked on all the cool projects, who are people that, you know, they were so elusive because digital art was still a growing field back then. And, you know, that was our first Nifty Gateway drop, just filled with these people that I consider to be legends, like, wow, really, really great, but uniquely in the NFT space, who not many people may have known of. And it was kind of the thing of trying to bridge that gap between the communities, because with African art, you know, like Clara was saying, the problem still is all these networks are being formed, but mostly around those places that the events are happening in. You know, because like as she said, I was thinking about it, like, has there been an NFT Nigeria? Like, is there ever going to be an NFT Nigeria? You know, like, is everybody going to come here? Like, you know, that would be cool. And because sometimes what happens is, you know, the rest of us who are kind of based here or who work in between are kind of left out, you know, just geographically speaking. So I think for me, it's really just been interesting kind of like navigate that. I find that sweet spot because really everybody still is trying to find the bridge that kind of allows people to understand that, okay, look, this is happening there, this is happening here, and like, it's very, very cool. And yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge, honestly, but I think it's something that's just been happening slowly but surely. And, you know, fingers crossed for the future and even next year.
I mean, if there is no NFT Nigeria, I would suggest that you go ahead and start it yourself and be the originator definitely. Of that project.
And the minute you said it, I was thinking, yeah.
Absolutely, it's a grassroots movement, as we said, so it should begin with you. And Linda, similar question to you, but more in terms of making sure that all the correct voices, that like enough voices, representative voices, are in the room at any given time. What's the process look like for you?
Great question. So this is something I actually really debated in the beginning, because there's a sort of like big NFT African community, which sort of like, if you're an African and you land on like in the NFT space in the Web3, you will see them, and you will like sort of, at least for me, that was the first way I've like I got to know like different digital artists who were in Web3. So for Cyberbot, my question was first, like, can you even be cohesive in the curation, if that makes any sense? Can you be unbiased? Because the content is huge, and I found it very difficult to sort of say, okay, I'm going to have X number of photographers or X number of VFX artists or from X number of countries. I think it really came down to sort of making peace with the fact that this is one of hopefully many projects that will mushroom all over the continent, right? So this is my perspective, and eventually became the perspective of my collectors, of my collaborators when it came to curating. This is sort of our vision of things, and this is the kind of art we want to talk about, and these are the kinds of questions we want to raise. And I think it's exciting when other communities pick up, steam and find, room for themselves in this space to say, oh, I have different questions I want to ask. I have different artists that I want to curate and bring to the table. And I think this is where community-based curation really sort of like helps us break down the barriers that, sort of are rampant in the traditional art world, in the sense that you're starting to see new approaches to how we look at art and what kind of art we find important and worth celebrating. And who am I to say that it's, that it's these 5 things or these 10 artists, right? Like anyone can decide that for themselves, and any community can build a community around, and enlarge their community around that. So for us at Cyberbot is really about finding a combination of like, are you kind of addressing the topic of identity in a critical way in your work? So how are you grappling with that? And the second sort of a second thing we look for is how involved are you in the space? So I think the second thing we look for happened because we realized that generosity is really important in the NFT space. Like you have to be generous with as an artist who maybe are further along your journey in the space or further along in your following count, you have to be like very generous with your platform in order to bring other artists with you. And so that was really important to us. Like, are you like that? Are you do you celebrate other artists on your platform? And that was the sort of, that's the kind of way we use to choose people who come into the collective.
So essentially we have both the opportunity to rewrite the ways in which artists are represented across the world, but also the challenge in making sure that we don't repeat old mistakes or introduce new biases or old inherent biases that we're not cognizant of yet, and basically constantly having to experiment with what it's really going to take to make sure that this technology is very much a liberating tool than one that's going to put us back into rigid social structures that haven't actually collectively served us for very long. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but I think this is a conversation that we could venture into for hours on end. It's personally something I'm extremely passionate about, but we will have to save it for another time. So Linda, Clara, Pixel4, Anthony, thank you so much for your perspectives here today. Hopefully one day we'll get to meet in person and have this conversation over a cup of coffee or a drink at this stage. But thank you so much again for joining me.
Maybe at NFT Nigeria.
There we go, NFT Nigeria.
NFT Nigeria. Fingers crossed. Thank you very much. Apologies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Even if we're really enlightened, we might make just a few choices during the average day that reflect our awareness of ourselves in the present moment. But for the most part, we're like robots, running on automatic, ruled by our past conditioning and old habits. That's where consciousness comes in. Consciousness is observing your thoughts and actions so that you can live from true choice in the present moment rather than being run by programming from the past. By achieving consciousness, we can live from who we are today rather than who we were yesterday. In this way, we can respond appropriately to situations, tapping the full range and potential of our skills and talents, rather than inappropriately reacting to events driven by the fears and insecurities of the past. Once you are conscious, you can see your programming for what it is, simply a recording of information you received and believed in the past, when you were too young to know any better. You can see that this conditioning is not who you are, but who you learned to be. You can see that you are not the recording, but the recorder. You are not the content in the glass, but the glass itself. You are not the software, but the hardware. Yes, genetics may play a role, and yes, spiritual aspects may come into play, but much of what shapes who you are comes from other people's beliefs and information. As I suggested earlier, beliefs are not necessarily true or false, right or wrong, but regardless of their validity, beliefs are opinions that are passed around and then down from generation to you. Knowing this, you can consciously choose to release any belief or way of being that is not supportive to your wealth, and you can replace it with one that is. In our course, we teach that no thought lives in your head rent-free. Each thought you have will either be an investment or a cost. It will either move you toward happiness and success or away from it. It will either empower you or disempower you. That's why it is imperative you choose your thoughts and beliefs wisely. Realize that your thoughts and beliefs aren't who you are, and they are not necessarily attached to you. As precious as you believe them to be, they have no more importance and meaning than you give them. Nothing has meaning except for the meaning you give it. Recall how at the beginning of this book I suggested you don't believe a word I say? Well, if you really want to take off in your life, don't believe a word you say. And if you want instant enlightenment, don't believe a thought you think. Meanwhile, if you're like most people, you're going to believe something, so you might as well adopt beliefs that support you, rich beliefs. Remember, thoughts lead to feelings, which lead to actions, which lead to results. You can choose to think and act like rich people do, and therefore create the results that rich people create. The question is, how do rich people think and act? That's exactly what you'll discover in part 2 of this book. If you want to change your financial life forever, read on. Declaration. Place your hand on your heart and say, I observe my thoughts and entertain only those that empower me. Touch your head and say, I have a millionaire mind.
So, you're dating my boyfriend?
I dumped him kasi my boyfriend pala siya.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Chill. 5% alcohol. Real fruit extract. No added sugar.
Success story from Rhonda and Bob Baines. From Rhonda and Bob Baines to T. Harv Eker. Subject, We Feel Free. We went to the Millionaire Mind Intensive not really knowing what to expect. We were very impressed with the results. Before attending this seminar, we were having a lot of money problems. We never seemed to get ahead. We would continually be in debt and not know why. We would pay off our credit cards, usually from a large bonus at work, only to get back into debt within 6 months. It did not matter how much money we made. We were very frustrated and argued a lot. Then we attended Millionaire Mind. While listening to Harv, my husband and I kept squeezing each other's leg and smiling and looking at each other. We heard so much information that had us saying, no wonder. Oh, so that's why. Everything makes sense now. We were very excited. We learned how he and I think so differently when it comes to money, how he is a spender and how I am an avoider. What a horrible combination. After hearing the information, we stopped blaming each other and started understanding each other, and ultimately started to appreciate and love each other more. It is almost a year later, and we still do not argue about money. We just talk about what we learned. We are no longer in debt. In fact, we have money in savings, the first time in our 16-year relationship. Yeah. We now not only have money for our future, but we also have enough money for our normal everyday expenses, playing, education, long-term savings for a home, and we even have money to share and give away. It feels wonderful knowing that we can use money in those areas and not feel guilty because we allocated and dedicated it for that purpose. We feel free. Thank you very much, Harv. Part 2. The Wealth Files. 17 ways rich people think and act differently from poor and middle-class people. In Part 1 of this book, we discussed the process of manifestation. Recall that thoughts lead to feelings, feelings lead to actions, and actions lead to results. Everything begins with your thoughts, which are produced by your mind. Isn't it amazing that our mind is pretty much the basis for our life, and yet most of us have no clue as to how this powerful apparatus functions? So let's start by taking a simple look at how your mind works. Metaphorically, your mind is nothing more than a big file cabinet, similar to what you'd find in your office or home. All information that comes in is labeled and filed in folders so that it's easy to retrieve to help you survive. Did you hear that? I didn't say thrive, I said survive. In every situation, you go to the files of your mind to determine how to respond. Say, for example, you're considering a financial opportunity. You automatically go to your file labeled money, and from there decide what to do. The only thoughts you can have about money will be what are stored in your money file. That's all you can think about because that's all that's in your mind under that category. You decide based on what you believe is logical, sensible, and appropriate for you at the time. You make what you think is the right choice. The problem, however, is that your right choice may not be a successful choice. In fact, what makes perfect sense to you may consistently produce perfectly poor results. For instance, let's say my wife is in the mall. That shouldn't be too hard for me to imagine. She sees this green purse. It's on sale for 25% off. She immediately goes to her mind files with the question, should I get this purse? In a nanosecond, her mind files come back with the answer. You've been looking for a green purse to go with those green shoes you bought last week. Plus, it's just the right size. Buy it. As she rushes to the checkout counter, her mind is not only thrilled that she's going to have this beautiful purse, but glowing with pride that she got it for 25% off.
Uso na talaga ang all-in-one sa buhay ngayon. Kaya ang El Real Spaghetti, masarap, masustansya, kaya value for mommy. Masarap, masustansya, sulit. El Real.
To her mind, this purchase makes perfect sense. She wants it, she believes she needs it, and it is such a deal. However, at no point did her mind come up with the thought, true, this is a really nice purse, and true, this is a great deal, but right now I'm $3,000 in debt, so I'd better hold off. She didn't come up with that information because no file in her head contains that. The file of, when you're in debt, don't buy anymore, was never installed in her and doesn't exist, which means that particular choice is not an option. Do you catch my drift? If you've got files in your cabinet that are non-supportive to financial success, those will be the only choices you can make. They'll be natural, automatic, and make perfect sense to you. But in the end, they will still produce financial failure or mediocrity at best. Conversely, if you've got mind files that support financial success, you will naturally and automatically make decisions that produce success. You won't have to think about it. Your normal way of thinking will result in success, kind of like Donald Trump. His normal way of thinking produces wealth. When it comes to money, wouldn't it be incredible if you could inherently think how rich people think? I sure hope you said absolutely, or something to that effect. Well, you can. As we stated previously, the first step to any change is awareness, meaning the first step to thinking the way rich people think is to know how rich people think. Rich people think very differently from poor and middle-class people. They think differently about money, wealth, themselves, other people, and pretty well every other facet of life. In part 2 of this book, We're going to examine some of these differences and, as part of your reconditioning, install 17 alternative wealth files into your mind. With new files come new choices. You can then catch yourself when you're thinking like poor and middle-class people and consciously shift your focus to how rich people think. Remember, you can choose to think in ways that will support you in your happiness and success instead of ways that don't. A few caveats to begin. First, in no way, shape, or form do I mean to degrade poor people or want to appear to be without compassion for their situation. I do not believe that rich people are better than poor people. They're just richer. At the same time, I want to make sure you get the message, so I'm going to make the distinctions between the rich and poor as extreme as possible. Second, when I discuss rich, poor, and middle-class people, what I'm referring to is their mentality, how different folks think and act, rather than the actual amount of money they've got or their value to society. Third, I will be generalizing big time. I understand that not all rich and not all poor people are the way I'm describing them to be. Again, my objective is to make sure you get the point of each principle and use it. Fourth, for the most part, I will not always be referring to the middle class specifically, because middle class people usually have a mix of rich and poor mentalities. Again, my goal is for you to become aware of where you fit on the scale, and to think more like the rich if you want to create more wealth. Fifth, several of the principles in this section may appear to deal with more habits and actions than with ways of thinking. Remember, our actions come from our feelings, which come from our thoughts. Consequently, every rich action is preceded by a rich way of thinking. Finally, I'm going to ask you to be willing to let go of being right. What I mean by that is, be willing to let go of having to do it your way. Why? Because your way has gotten you exactly what you've got right now. If you want more of the same, keep doing it your way. If you're not yet rich, however, maybe it's time you consider a different way, especially one that comes from someone who is really, really rich and has put thousands of others on the road to wealth too. It's up to you. The concepts you're about to learn are simple but profound. They make real changes for real people in the real world. How do I know? At my company, we get thousands of letters and emails each year telling us how each individual wealth file has transformed people's lives. If you learn them and use them, I am confident they will transform your life too. At the end of each section, you will find a declaration and a physical movement with which to anchor it into your body. You will also find actions to take to support you in adopting this wealth file. It is imperative you put each file into action in your life as quickly as possible so that the knowledge can move to a physical, cellular level and create lasting and permanent change. Most people understand we are creatures of habit, but what they don't realize is that there are actually two kinds of habits: doing habits and not doing habits. Everything you are not doing right now, you are in the habit of not doing. The only way to change these not doing habits into doing habits is to do them. Reading will assist you, but it's a whole different world when you go from reading to doing. If you are truly serious about success, prove it and do the actions suggested.
Time to create Mikey's wish list.
We wish you a Mikey Christmas. Gift giving must be no easy. We wish you a Mikey Christmas. SM Gift Registry. Wish list must easy for Mikey and me. Wish list for a Merry Christmas, SM Gift Registry.
Wealth file number 1. Rich people believe, I create my life. Poor people believe, life happens to me. If you want to create wealth, it is imperative that you believe that you are at the steering wheel of your life. especially your financial life. If you don't believe this, then you must inherently believe that you have little or no control over your life, and therefore you have little or no control over your financial success. That is not a rich attitude. Did you ever notice that it's usually poor people who spend a fortune playing the lottery? They actually believe their wealth is going to come from someone picking their name out of a hat. They spend Saturday night glued to the TV, excitingly watching the draw to see if wealth is going to land on them this week. Sure, everyone wants to win the lottery, and even rich people play for fun once in a while. But first, they don't spend half their paycheck on tickets. And second, winning the lotto is not their primary strategy for creating wealth. You have to believe that you are the one who creates your success, that you are the one who creates your mediocrity, and that you are the one creating your struggle around money and success. Consciously or unconsciously, it's still you. Instead of taking responsibility for what's going on in their lives, poor people choose to play the role of the victim. A victim's predominant thought is often, "poor me." So, presto, by virtue of the law of intention, that's literally what victims get. They get to be poor. Notice that I said they play the role of victim. I didn't say they are victims. I don't believe anyone is a victim. I believe people play the victim because they think it gets them something. We'll discuss this in more detail shortly. That said, how can you tell when people are playing the victim? They leave 3 obvious clues. Now, before we talk about these clues, I want you to realize that I fully understand that none of these ways of being has anything to do with anyone reading this book. But maybe, just maybe, you might know someone who can relate. And maybe, just maybe, you might know that person intimately. Either way, I suggest you pay close attention to this section. Victim clue number 1. Blame. When it comes to why they're not rich, most victims are professionals at the blame game. The object of this game is to see how many people and circumstances you can point the finger at without ever looking at yourself. It's fun for victims, at least. Unfortunately, it's not such a blast for anyone else who is unlucky enough to be around them. That's because those in close proximity to victims become easy targets. Victims blame the economy. They blame the government. They blame the stock market. They blame their broker. They blame their type of business. They blame their employer. They blame their employees. They blame their manager. They blame the head office. They blame their upline or their downline. They blame customer service. They blame the shipping department. They blame their partner. They blame their spouse. They blame God. And of course, they always blame their parents. It's always someone else or something else that is to blame. The problem is anything or anyone but them. Victim clue number 2. Justifying. If victims aren't blaming, you'll often find them justifying or rationalizing their situation by saying something like, "Money's not really important." Let me ask you this question. If you said that your husband or your wife, or your boyfriend or your girlfriend, or your partner or your friend weren't all that important, would any of them be around for long? I don't think so, and neither would money. At my live seminars, some participants always come up to me and say, "You know, Harv, money's not really that important." I look them directly in the eyes and say, "You're broke, right?" They usually look down at their feet and meekly reply with something like, "Well, right now I'm having a few financial challenges, but..." I interrupt. "No, it's not just right now, it's always. You've always been broke or close to it, yes or yes." At this point, they usually nod their head in agreement and woefully return to their seats, ready to listen and learn, as they finally realize what a disastrous effect this one belief has had on their lives. Of course they're broke. Would you have a motorcycle if it wasn't important to you? Of course not. Would you have a pet parrot if it wasn't important to you? Of course not. In the same way, if you don't think money is important, you simply won't have any. You can actually dazzle your friends with this insight. Imagine you're in a conversation with a friend who tells you, "Money's not important." Put your hand on your forehead and look up as though you're getting a message from the heavens. Then exclaim, "You're broke." To which your shocked friend will undoubtedly respond, "How did you know?" Then you stretch out your palm and you reply, "What else do you want to know? That'll be $50, please." Let me put it bluntly. Anyone who says money isn't important doesn't have any. Rich people understand the importance of money and the place it has in our society. On the other hand, poor people validate their financial ineptitude by using irrelevant comparisons. They'll argue, "Well, money isn't as important as love." Now, is that comparison dumb or what? What's more important, your arm or your leg? Maybe they're both important. Listen up, my friends. Money is extremely important in the areas in which it works, and extremely unimportant in the areas in which it doesn't. And although love may make the world go round, it sure doesn't pay for the building of any hospitals, churches, or homes. It also doesn't feed anybody. Not convinced? Try paying your bills with love. Still not sure? Then pop on over to the bank and try depositing some love and see what happens. I'll save you the trouble. The teller will look at you as if you've just gone AWOL from the loony bin and scream only one word, "Security!" No rich people believe money is not important. And if I've failed to persuade you and you still somehow believe that money's not important, then I have only 2 words for you. You're broke, and you always will be until you eradicate that non-supportive file from your financial blueprint. Victim clue number 3. Complaining. Complaining is the absolute worst possible thing you could do for your health or your wealth. The worst. Why? I'm a big believer in the universal law that states, what you focus on expands. When you are complaining, what are you focusing on? What's right with your life or what's wrong with it? You are obviously focusing on what's wrong with it, and since what you focus on expands, you'll keep getting more of what's wrong. Many teachers in the personal development field talk about the law of attraction. It states that like attracts like, meaning that when you are complaining, you are actually attracting crap into your life. Wealth principle. When you are complaining, you become a living, breathing crap magnet. Have you ever noticed that complainers usually have a tough life? It seems that everything that could go wrong does go wrong for them. They say, "Of course I complain. Look how crappy my life is." And now that you know better, you can explain to them, "No, it's because you complain that your life is so crappy. Shut up and don't stand near me." Which brings us to another point. You have to make darn sure not to put yourself in the proximity of complainers. If you absolutely have to be nearby, make sure you bring a steel umbrella or the crap meant for them will get you too. I stay as far away from complainers as possible because negative energy is infectious. Plenty of people, however, love to hang out and listen to complainers. Why? It's simple. They're waiting for their turn. You think that's bad? Wait till you hear what happened to me. Here's some homework that I promise will change your life. For the next 7 days, I challenge you to not complain at all. Not just out loud, but in your head as well. But you have to do it for the full 7 days. Why? Because for the first few days, you may still have some residual crap coming to you from before. Unfortunately, crap doesn't travel at the speed of light, you know. It travels at the speed of crap. So it might take a while to clear out. I've given this challenge to thousands of people, and I'm blown away at how many of them have told me that this one teensy-weensy exercise has transformed their lives. I guarantee you'll be astonished at how amazing your life will be when you stop focusing on, and thereby stop attracting, crap into your life. If you've been a complainer, forget about attracting success for now. For most people, just getting to neutral would be a great start.
All set for today's bazaar! Hala! Umusta agad! Gotta maximize today, replenish right away! Ipalalamove same-day truck delivery. Ate, padala mo na yan! Within Metro Manila or kung kailangan from other parts of Luzon, just click long distance. Book same-day truck delivery starts at 340 pesos.
Blame, justification, and complaining are like pills. They are nothing more than stress reducers. They alleviate the stress of failure. Think about it. If a person weren't failing in some way, shape, or form, would he or she need to blame, justify, or complain? The obvious answer is no. From now on, as you hear yourself disastrously blaming, justifying, or complaining, cease and desist immediately. Remind yourself that you are creating your life and that at every moment you will be attracting either success or crap into your life. It is imperative you choose your thoughts and words wisely. Now you're ready to hear one of the greatest secrets in the world. Are you ready? Listen carefully. There is no such thing as a really rich victim. Did you get that? I'll say it again. There is no such thing as a really rich victim. Besides, who would listen? Tisk tisk, I got a scratch in my yacht. To which almost anyone would respond, who gives a hoot? Meanwhile, being a victim definitely has its rewards. What do people get out of being a victim? The answer is attention. Is attention important? You bet it is. In some form or another, it's what almost everyone lives for. And the reason people live for attention is that they've made a critical mistake. It is the same error that virtually all of us have made. We've confused attention with love. Believe me, it is virtually impossible to be truly happy and successful when you're constantly yearning for attention. Because if it's attention you want, you're at the mercy of others. You usually end up as a people pleaser, begging for approval. Attention seeking is also a problem because people tend to do stupid things to get it. It is imperative to unhook attention and love for a number of reasons. First, you will be more successful. Second, you will be happier. Third, you can find true love in your life. For the most part, when people confuse love and attention, they don't love each other in the true spiritual sense of the word. They love each other largely from the place of their own ego, as in, I love what you do for me. Therefore, the relationship is really about the individual and not about the other person, or at least the both of you. By disconnecting attention from love, you will be freed up to love another for who they are, rather than what they do for you. Now, as I said, there is no such thing as a rich victim. So to stay a victim, attention seekers make darn sure they never get rich. It's time to decide. You can be a victim or you can be rich, but you can't be both. Listen up. Every time, and I mean every time, you blame, justify, or complain, you are slitting your financial throat. Sure, it would be nice to use a kindler and gentler metaphor, but forget it. I'm not interested in kind or gentle right now. I'm interested in helping you see exactly what the heck you're doing to yourself. Later, once you get rich, we can be kinder and gentler. How's that? It's time to take back your power and acknowledge that you create everything that is in your life and everything that is not in it. Realize that you create your wealth, your non-wealth, and every level in between. Declaration. Place your hand on your heart and say, I create the exact level of my financial success. Touch your head and say, I have a millionaire mind. Millionaire mind actions. 1. Every time you catch yourself blaming, justifying, or complaining, slide your index finger across your neck as a trigger to remind yourself that you are slitting your financial throat. Once again, even though this gesture may seem a little crude to do to yourself, it's no more crude than what you're doing to yourself by blaming, justifying, or complaining, and it will eventually work to alleviate these destructive habits. 2. Do a debrief. At the end of each day, write down one thing that went well and one thing that didn't. Then write the answer to the following question. How did I create each of these situations? If others were involved, ask yourself, what was my part in creating each of these situations? This exercise will keep you accountable for your life and make you aware of the strategies that are working for you and the strategies that are not. Special bonus. Go to www.millionairemindbook.com and click on Free Book Bonuses to receive your free Millionaire Mind action reminders. Wealth file number 2. Rich people play the money game to win. Poor people play the money game to not lose. Poor people play the money game on defense rather than offense. Let me ask you, if you were to play any sport or any game strictly on defense, what are the chances of your winning that game? Most people would agree slim or none. Yet, that's exactly how many people play the money game. Their primary concern is survival and security instead of creating wealth and abundance. So what is your goal? What is your objective? What is your true intention? The goal of truly rich people is to have massive wealth and abundance. Not just some money, but lots of money. So what is the big goal of poor people? To have enough to pay the bills, and on time would be a miracle. Again, let me remind you of the power of intention. When your intention is to have enough to pay the bills, that's exactly how much you'll get. Just enough to pay the bills and not a dime more. Middle-class people at least go a step further. Too bad it's a tiny step. Their big goal in life also happens to be their favorite word in the whole wide world. They just want to be comfortable. I hate to break the news to you, but there's a huge difference between being comfortable and being rich. I have to admit, I didn't always know that. But one of the reasons I believe I have the right to even write this book is that I've had the experience of being on all three sides of the proverbial fence. I've been extremely broke, as in having to borrow $1 for gas for my car. But let me qualify that. First, it wasn't my car. Second, the dollar came in the form of 4 quarters. Do you know how embarrassing it is for an adult to pay for gas with 4 quarters? The kid at the pump looked at me as if I were some kind of vending machine robber and then just shook his head and laughed. I don't know if you can relate, but it was definitely one of my financial low points and, unfortunately, just one of them. Once I got my act together, I graduated to the level of being comfortable. Comfortable is nice. At least you go out to decent restaurants for a change. But pretty much all I could order was chicken. Now, there's nothing wrong with chicken if that's what you really want, but often it's not. In fact, people who are only financially comfortable usually decide on what to eat by looking at the right-hand side of the menu, the price side. What would you like for dinner tonight, dear? I'll have this $7.95 dish. Let's see what it is. Surprise, surprise, it's the chicken. For the 19th time this week. When you're comfortable, you don't dare allow your eyes to look at the bottom of the menu, for if you did, you might come across the most forbidden words in the middle-class dictionary. Market price. And even if you were curious, you'd never ask what the price actually is. First, because you know you can't afford it. Second, it's downright embarrassing when you know the waiter doesn't believe you when he tells you that the dish is $49 with side dishes extra and you say, "You know what, for some reason, I have a real craving for chicken tonight." I have to say that for me personally, one of the best things about being rich is not having to look at the prices on the menu anymore. I eat exactly what I want to eat regardless of the price. I can assure you, I didn't do that when I was broke or comfortable. It boils down to this. If your goal is to be comfortable, chances are you'll never get rich. But if your goal is to be rich, chances are you'll end up mighty comfortable. One of the principles we teach in our program is, if you shoot for the stars, you'll at least hit the moon. Poor people don't even shoot for the ceiling in their house, and then they just wonder why they're not successful. Well, they just found out. You get what you truly intend to get. If you want to get rich, your goal has to be rich. Not to have enough to pay the bills and not just to have enough to be comfortable. Rich means rich. Declaration. Place your hand on your heart and say, "My goal is to become a millionaire and more." Touch your head and say, "I have a millionaire mind." Millionaire Mind Actions. 1. Write down 2 financial objectives that demonstrate your intention to create abundance, not mediocrity or poverty. Write play to win goals for your A. Annual income, B. Net worth. Make these goals achievable with a realistic time frame, yet at the same time remember to shoot for the stars. 2. Go to an upscale restaurant and order a meal at market price without asking how much it costs. If funds are tight, sharing is acceptable. P.S. No chicken. Wealth file number 3. Rich people are committed to being rich. Poor people want to be rich. Ask most people if they want to be rich, and they'd look at you as if you were crazy. "Of course I want to be rich," they'd say. The truth, however, is that most people don't really want to be rich. Why? because they have a lot of negative wealth files in their subconscious mind that tell them there is something wrong with being rich. At our Millionaire Mind Intensive Seminar, one of the questions we ask people is, what are some of the possible negatives about being rich or trying to get rich? Here's what some people have to say. See if you can relate to any of these. What if I make it and lose it? Then I'll really be a failure. I'll never know if people like me for myself or for my money. I'll be at the highest tax bracket and have to give half my money to the government. It's too much work. I could lose my health trying. My friends and family will say, "Who do you think you are?" and criticize me. Everyone's going to want a handout. I could be robbed. My kids could be kidnapped. It's too much responsibility. I'll have to manage all that money. I'll have to really understand investments. I'll have to worry about tax strategies and asset protection and have to hire expensive accountants and lawyers. Yuck, what a hassle. And on it goes. As I mentioned earlier, each of us has a wealth file inside the cabinet called our mind. This file contains our personal beliefs that include why being rich would be wonderful. However, for many people, this file also includes information as to why being rich might not be so wonderful. This means they have mixed internal messages about wealth. One part of them gleefully says, having more money will make life a lot more fun.
Okay, so ang score natin for today is 2-0, no? Tumama itong isang ano natin. Actually, ito break even na to eh. Considered as ano na rin to eh. Win play na rin to sa totoo lang. Considered as win entry na rin to. Kasi break even na lang to. Hindi ko na ipapatalo to syempre. I-break even ko lang to kung cut loss natin from here, mamove na to. Kahit jump pa, no? Break even lang siya. So, ganun mangyari dyan. And then yung isa, ayan, successful. So, tumama. Ito yung dalawa nating ano, diba? Watchlist kanina. So, let's see sa mga susunod na araw kung makakadali ulit tayo ng mga trades. Live trading ulit. Tatry ulit natin mga boss. Sige, takits ulit tayo sa mga susunod na araw. Bye-bye! Peace out!